You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round, round 6 of the EFNL season out at Walker Park this afternoon. Mitcham hosting South Belgrave. It's first versus second on the Division 1 ladder. So a big game ahead, all that action live, streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Also, thanks for listening in if you're on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. It's a big round in the EFNL calendar, BCNA Round, the Breast Cancer Network Australia. Plenty of pink in the crowd around the grounds this weekend, so you might see that if you're at the local footy today in support of all Australians affected by breast cancer. So it's a great cause, and we're raising some money for those who have been affected. So if you want to find out more information, head to our socials, whether that be Facebook or Instagram. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined this afternoon by Ray Baird and Brett Beston. And Ray, we're here out here for the Division 2 Grand Final last year. Always enjoy coming out to Mitcham. It's a great spot to be calling from up in the grandstand, and should be a fantastic game.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ryan. Good afternoon to all our listeners. Yeah, no, I love coming to Mitcham. It's a fantastic place to watch football being played. And look, after the last two Saturdays where the weather's been pretty average, gee, what a beautiful day it is out here today at Walker Park.
Yeah, absolutely, Brett. It is a fantastic day. The sun's shining, and two great sides, although looking at the team sheets and the ins of this week, both sides have been affected with a lot of outs, certainly from a South Belgrave perspective, losing 5 or 6. So makes for an interesting contest.
Yeah, it's always a shame, isn't it, when injuries sort of input a game like this. I mean, it was 1v2, but unfortunately South Belgrave are a few soldiers down, and the two guys that they'll miss the most, of course, Timmy Smith, who, as Ray pointed out, was looking a bit proppy a couple of weeks ago, so I think he's been carrying an injury for a while, and Garner, Taylor Garner, isn't it, who's also out. So, look, they'll have some ideas, I'm sure, about how they cover those losses, but looking forward to a good game, and as you guys said, it's always great coming out to Walker Park. It is one of my favourite grounds. Great viewing spot from up in the box here, and the ground looks an absolute picture today, so no excuses for not a fast, open game of footy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ray, you did see South Belgrave a couple of weeks ago when they took on Beaconsfield. They got the job done, and I think Garner kicked 7, had a bit of an injury there. And you did mention, as Brett said, that Smith looked a little like he was playing that with something wrong with him. And obviously now it's come to the light that he has had a form of an injury. What do you make of the side now without those two, and how they're going to look up forward?
Well, they're gonna miss both of them, because Taylor Garner and also Smith, they're prominent goal kickers for them, and they're both missing. I suppose one plus for them is that Damien Garner's back in the side to replace his brother. So he can kick goals as well, but I just wonder where their goals are going to come from. I think today they're going to have to get some goals out of their midfield if they're going to kick a winning score. Yeah,
absolutely. It's an interesting one, and we do have to touch on Mitcham as well. With their outs, Nick Hallow went down in round 1, which was a surprise recruit coming across from the base, and Parenti's played a lot of the season at VFL level, so they're missing a key forward in Parenti too, and Barton Smith's out for the time being, which is another important loss. But before we jump into all that, we'll have the two coaches on across the pre-game show. But let's jump into some of the games around the grounds. We'll start with this division. Certainly an interesting one out Bayswater Oval today. Bayswater take on Croydon. Croydon probably been a little bit disappointing this season. The 1-4 start. They've been close on a couple of occasions, but they haven't been able to get across the line. And compare that to a Bayswater side who've shown a lot of improvement, Ray. Where do you see this one? Obviously, there's a few outs with Bryce Gelvin not playing for Bayswater, but I still think at home you've got to give him a bit of respect that they've started with the way they started the season.
Look, as you said, Ryan, they both started the season in completely different ways. Mark Hardy's come in, and he's obviously got Bayswater playing his style of football, and we know what a great player he was and what a great coach he's been as well. But Croydon, on the other hand, each week we go and we say, we don't know where their goals are going to come from. But I don't know. I've got a bit of a feeling today. I think this is a real danger game for Bayswater. Without Gelvin there in the midfield, they're going to miss him. But if Croydon's got an opportunity this season to get off the mark, I believe today is the day. And just thinking back, I think their average, their playing at Bayswater Oval. I think they've got a pretty good record there. So, in fact, I'm going to stick my neck out and put an upset here, and I'm going to pick Croydon to win this game.
Brett, how do you see it? It's obviously pretty much a line in the sand game for Croydon. If they lose this, they'll be 1-5, and for a side that was probably hoping to play finals, it would look unlikely if they don't get the job done today.
Yeah, I can't see anything but a Bayswater win. I know they've been a bit patchy, don't they? What are they, 3-2, I think, is their record so far. But they have started to find a little bit of form in recent weeks. And the fact that they're playing at home out at Bayswater, I think Croydon will give them a bit of a shake-up, but I think Bayswater will get the job done for mine today.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the Oracle, who's tipped, they've tipped Bayswater by a point, whoever the Oracle is. So that's a good one to keep an eye on if it's going to be that close. But we've just been joined here by the senior coach of the South Belgrave Football Club, Luke Elliott. Luke, thanks for joining us this afternoon. It's been a fantastic start to the season. 5-0, the first time you've returned to Walker Park after the premiership last year, and started the season off very well, as we said, but quite a few injuries this afternoon, so you'll be really tested today against another a good quality side.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Mitcham Footy Club's going really well as well, and we've had a good start to the year. It's sort of we've had a few close ones. The division's really tight, which is great. Missing a few key soldiers today, but with a lot of kids in the team, we're excited to see how we measure up.
And how have you sort of noticed the jump from Div 2 to Div 1? Has there been anything that's really stood out to you in the opening 5 weeks?
Yeah, I think we were pretty confident that we were going to measure up in the division without sounding arrogant, but I think we sort of measured it that we'd almost be like playing Ringwood every week, who were clearly the second best side last year, and so we knew that every week it's going to be a contest, and you're going to need to play 3.5, 4 quarters to get a result. So it hasn't surprised me in that sort of aspect, but really enjoying it. The club's really enjoying it, and hopefully we continue to go right.
Luke, I saw you 2 weeks ago when you played down at Beaconsfield, and I said to the boys off air, of course, that I thought Tim Smith was carrying an injury there. Is it a new injury, or was he carrying an injury back then?
No.
Have you been trying to nurse him through? Or?
No. Tim had a couple of poor weeks. He started off really well in North Ringwood, and then those. The 2 weeks prior, he was a bit poor, and he's just been battling with work. He runs his own business, amateur footballers have to these days, and he just honestly he was just he had a bit of a flat spot, to be honest. So you won't mind me saying that. He just was getting to the end of the week and he was knackered, and was affecting his sort of performance. I don't think, to be fair, I think against Beaky, I don't think his kicking's ever been that great. You might mind me saying that. So I know I heard what you said, but I thought he played really well. I reckon he took 10 or 12 marks. And
he marked the ball, but usually he kicks goals from the 50-metre mark, and that day he wasn't getting the distance.
Maybe it's South Belgrave when it's only probably 45 or less. But I don't think he's got 50 in his legs, Timmy. He's as powerful as he is, so I don't know, there's something there. But no, he's fine. He's actually fine. The issue that he's got an arm issue, and he'll miss... best case, I'd say he'll be back after North Ringwood.
So without him, and also without Taylor Gardner, puts a bit more pressure on Damien Gardner to kick some goals for you?
Oh, for sure. Not just Damien. Look, Damien, did a hamstring in round 1, and so it's his first game of footy back since then. So you can't rely on Damien to be the answer. To be fair to him, so look, we're looking for a couple of our young keys to stand up, and Elliot Tregear, who's plays a few different roles, and we need him to really sort of stand up and become a senior player, and someone like Spencer Richards-White as well, who played a sort of 8 to 10 senior games last year. We've been developing down back, but he got his chance last week and competed really well, and in those conditions, and hopefully today in the dry he'll sort of stand up and help with that. And then we're obviously looking for our smalls to have an impact on the scoreboard as well. But,
look, I have to get back to that game against Beaconsfield, because that's the only time I've seen you this year. But I thought at times during that game their outside run really put you under a lot of pressure. Is this something you think you're going to have to watch today with the way Mitcham play as well?
Definitely. They're a really fit, young running side who we really respect, certainly around the footy. Their ball movement and the skill level is really high. We spoke about that, and we'll have a different side today, and we'll bring not a different style, but we expect our guys to really put pressure around the footy and not allow them to get easy ball and move the ball as quick as they want to. So if we can do those things well, I think we'll be right in the contest. But if we don't, then they'll expose us, I think, at times, to be sure. But to Beaky, they did do that at times. I think sometimes with some of our guys that play behind the ball, they like to sort of sag off, and we're sort of okay with that. And albeit it's not the ideal way to play the game, but it sort of works for us. So at times we can look like that's happening to us, but we're probably sort of prepared to give up a little at times to get something back, and that's sort of how we play. if that makes sense.
A couple of your big boys obviously not there, but before we can get it up to the big boys, you've got to win it in the middle. So how would you sort of rate the respective midfields? Do you think are you on a par? Do you think you've got a bit of an edge? How do you rate their midfield?
No, they're really strong with Cherry's one. I think he's not. Cherry and Halo. Yep. You ran those sort of guys going through there. They're really good young players. So no, we respect them and what they're trying to do. I think we'll probably have a little bit of an edge in the ruck with Mitch, but we've got some really good young players ourselves, and Charlie Peters and Sean Bartels and Aiden Kidd. We're missing Caden Black today as well, but so he'd be perfect conditions for something like that. But we can't complain about what we haven't got. I know they've got a couple of their key ballers out as well, but no, I think we'll measure up, and I think we'll be looking for probably Charlie Peters and Sean Bartels to really step up and have an impact on the result today.
Yeah, expecting an open game today. I mean, we've had some dreadful weather over the last couple of Saturdays, and we come out here today, and it's absolutely fantastic. I haven't been on the ground, but it looks really quite firm. And of course, the sun is shining, so we could get a fast open game. Who do you think that would suit? Do you guys like that sort of game?
I think if we had Tim and Taylor, we would certainly like that sort of type of game. But we've got to adjust and adapt. And reality is, if anyone that plays local footy wakes up this morning and doesn't want to get involved, they're kidding themselves. So. I expect us to play well, and we're going to let our guys, our young guys that have been playing some sort of negative type roles, we're going to release the shackles on them and see, if they can bring some flair and have an impact on the result. So, we think we'll go well, to be honest.
Luke, I see that Sam Brown, he's played a few games in the reserves. He's back in the senior side.
Yep.
So he's obviously done his pittance in the reserves, and you're happy with the way he's shaping up?
Yeah, Sam's probably still got some work to do, to be honest. I think reality is that, with the amount of guys that we've got missing, that's created opportunity for Sam. And, Sam's a fantastic leader in our footy club, and one who's very passionate about the footy club. And we know he'll try his butt off to, try and help us win. And that's why he's probably in the team over some of the younger guys that we've left out. But, is Sam going to be the difference today? I would think that'd be highly unlikely, and that's no offence to Sam. It's just sort of where he's probably at. But, we're hoping he can sort of contribute and just play a role.
And just how important has it been in those close wins to bank those 4 points, obviously, and most sides are going to eventually at one stage have some injury patches. Yep. So how important has it been to bank those close ones in, and while you've got some outs now?
No doubt. When you reflect and you go, I'm missing X, Y, and Z, and you worry about it, at least you've got some runs on the board, and we're a game clear and 2 games clear of third, so it helps. But no one likes losing games of footy, and South Belgrave Footy Club doesn't like losing. So we'll be doing everything we can to get a result, no matter the manpower. So, it certainly helps. But we've got a tough month ahead. I think, as I said earlier, First Division is so even, and anyone on their day can get anyone, and that's fact. So we won't be taking anyone lightly. Yeah.
Luke, we really appreciate you giving up some time this afternoon. You've been a fantastic side. We've really enjoyed watching you over the last couple of years, and looking forward to see how you go today. Yeah,
thanks, guys. Yeah, hopefully more to come, but we'll just get through this patch and see how we go today. So looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Cool. Thanks, Luke.
Thanks, guys.
That's the senior coach of the South Belgrave Football Club. Has done a fantastic job, premiership side last season, and they've done a really good transition into Division 1 this year with the 5 wins. And it really is important. Those close ones, they got over the line against Wantirna South by a point, beat Beaconsfield by a couple of goals. Last week, Bayswater was a 5-point ball game. So, Brett, that's 3 wins where maybe they could have gone either way, and you bank them. Well, really important.
The close ones, the games that are sort of in the balance, they can make or break your season, because if you start losing the close ones, it can really mess up your season. But if you can just pinch those close ones, well, it's character building, and it's good to see. And for all the problems we've talked about with the injuries, they're still 5-5.
Oh yeah.
So it's a real bonus that they've been able to to start as well as they have with guys out. So it bodes well for for them going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at some other games in Division 1 this weekend, Lilydale take on Mooroolbark. Yesterday on the Friday forecast, Lilydale was my super boost roughie of the week. I think Lilydale are a real chance here. They've played some good footy in the last couple of weeks that were really good for 3 quarters against Mitcham. Just fell away. If they can put 4 quarters together, I think they've got a big chance against Mooroolbark, who have been really competitive. They've had a lot of close games again, similar to South Belgrave, and I think they're maybe a bit of an over-reliance on their midfield. You look at their best each week, it's the sort of same 4 to 5 guys in there, Ray. Do you see a chance of Lilydale, or am I being a bit harsh on Mooroolbark here? Well,
the boys on the radio have been saying that, they're not far off a win, and you'd like to see them get on the board, that's for sure. But I think that look, Mirrabbark's form hasn't really been that good, really. I don't think so, anyway, from what I know about it. But as I say, it's a similar situation with Croydon. But I just think that maybe they're just a little bit far away than what Croydon are for a win. And I think Mirrabbark will get over the line, but there won't be much in this game.
The Oracle has Lilydale backing my tip there, 68 to 62. Brett, do you see it happening?
Where's it being played?
It is at Lilydale.
Yeah, I'm inclined to go a bit with you there, Ryan. I think Mirrabbark's form's been a bit patchy, and Lilydale, I think they might pinch this at home today.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got that feeling about them that they're due for one soon. I think they're very close. A big game in Division 1 today is Beaconsfield taking on Wantirna South out at Home Park Reserve. Two of the most impressive sides in the division so far. Ray, you saw Beaconsfield and Wantirna South last week as well. So you've seen both sides match up. Not match up against each other, but you've seen them both play this season live. What's your feeling on this one? I'm hesitant to tip Wantirna South out at Beaconsfield, but I think this could be a game that could go either way.
It is a game that can go either way, and I think that what's going to tell the story, I think, that is the first 15 minutes of this game. You know, the first side that settles down and maybe gets a lead, and if you've got a lead at quarter time, you might be able to do enough to hold that lead throughout the other 3 quarters. But I at this stage, I really don't know which one to pick. I think that Wantirna South, if they're going to get an advantage, it's going to be in the ruck. You know, Dinesh last week was and Lincoln Wong in there as well. But having said that, you know, I speak about the outside run in the midfield of Beaconsfield. Look, all in all, I think I'll pick Beaky just because it's played at home. That's the only reason.
Brett, do you have a thought on this one? I know you weren't there yesterday, last week, but you might have seen a little bit of the footage on there. Wantirna South, when they got going, especially in that second quarter where they kicked 5 goals to none, looked all right. But they probably had patches in most games where they've switched off a bit and it's hurt. It's a tough ask from out at Beaconsfield.
Yeah, I still like Wantirna South. I think they're still a good side, and if Lincoln Wong can play as well as from all accounts, he's been absolutely killing it. So if he gets going and the rest of the side can follow suit, I think Wantirna South for me on that one.
And the Oracle has Wantirna South winning 81 to 72. The Oracle had a 73% win rate or tipping rate in Division 1. So whoever that is absolutely flying in Div 1. Not quite for the other divisions. The final game in Div 1 today is Montrose versus North Ringwood out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Their premiership reunion for the 2013 premiership win. It's a big game for them because they just need to win this one after a loss against Wantirna South last week, Ray. Yeah,
look, I wasn't that impressed with Montrose last week, and I'll take criticism from the Montrose people for saying that. But to me, they were never going to win that game after quarter time. You know, it was built up a little bit, a bit of a mini comeback at the end, but they were never ever going to win that game. But I think that, you know, as you say, with the past players' day and playing on their home deck, coming up against North Ringwood, who got smashed in that round 1, but have been okay ever since. Look, I'm going to pick Montrose, but I don't think there's going to be a lot in this game. Yeah, North Ringwood have shown signs, especially in the last couple of weeks. A win last week against Croydon. Brett, do we overstate the importance of a sort of a milestone game or a big day for a club like a premiership reunion? Because we always talk about it, and a lot of times the sides get up. We saw Vermont get up last week with Robbie Ross's 200th. Are we overstating that? Is that too much? It's always that sort of debate, isn't it? I mean, people say, it doesn't make any difference whether it's a milestone game. Yeah, theoretically, I mean, you should come out and play your best footy, and you should be up for every game you play. So I've never quite I don't know where I sit on the whole milestone game, but I don't know. It's it possibly. Yeah, and moving on to Premier Division, a couple of big games here. Probably the most important one here would be Roval versus East Ringwood. Roval back in form after a strong win at home against South Croydon. They're going to be a real hard side to beat at Seabeck, and you've seen them, I think, 1 or twice this season, Ray. They take on East Ringwood, who have had a great start to the season, coming up a Division 3-1. But they've lost a couple of players with the Farmer boys out. James Below misses this week. They get a couple of their VFL players back at certain times. I don't think they're available this weekend. It's a tough ask for them to go to Roval today. If they're able to match it with the Hawks, it shows they're a real contender this season. Yeah, well, I've picked them to play finals this year. I think they'll get that 6th position, and coming up from Division 1, that's going to be a great effort if they do. But you know, they've come up against Roval, and even though Roval went down in those 2 last quarters in the first 2 games, they were very good for the first 3 quarters of those games, and they're back on song last week. Look, if this game was played at East Ringwood, I would definitely pick East Ringwood because Roval don't have a good record there. But down at Seabeck, I think Roval will get the game. Probably there will only be 2 goals in it. It'll be a close game all day, but for me, Roval will get the points in the end.
Yeah, I agree. I think Roval, they'll bounce back, and with the outs that East Ringwood have, particularly losing the Farmers, I think being at Seabeck, I'd be picking Roval to get this one done.
Yeah, and another big game in the division is South Croydon versus Vermont out at Cheon Park. I think it's a pretty safe to say we'll probably all tip South Croydon on this, but Vermont's form has really fluctuated. Their performance last week against Baldwin was really impressive. They kept it to just the 4 goals. I know Baldwin did have a couple of outs, but they're hard one to read because the side we saw a couple of weeks ago was just nowhere near the standard that they needed to be at. But their best footy can show that they're really competitive, Brett, and they're too hard to read for me at the moment.
They are. I mean, they'd tear your hair out trying to follow them, and which would be bad for me because I haven't got hardly any hair left. But yeah, definitely. I mean, they're very up and down, and I think South Croydon will be there when the whips are cracking, and I think they'll get it done today. But having said that, you know, Vermont could surprise, but I think South Croydon for me today.
Yeah, look, I'm going to pick South Croydon at Cheong because you don't know what you're going to get with Vermont. You know, they've had a couple of good wins, but they've had a couple of big beltings as well. So you don't know which Vermont side's going to turn up. But having said that, Cheong are a better, South Croydon are a better side at Cheong, and I think that they'll kick enough goals to win that game.
Yeah, haven't lost too many games at Cheong over the last few years. Some games I think will probably be pretty one-sided. Baldwin should get the job done against Doncaster today.
Yeah.
Park Orchards host Blackburn. I think based off form, Blackburn are started to really steady. I give Park Orchards a bit of a chance because they have shown a bit. They really pushed Roeville for probably 3 quarters. They were pretty good against Doncaster East as well, only going down by a couple of goals. But the reality is they haven't got the 4 points, so they're still 0-4. And with double relegation, it's a real danger signs now, Brett.
Yeah, there is. I desperately want to pick Park Orchards because I sort of had a bit of a soft spot for them. I mean, I've followed them for a few seasons, going back to that famous premiership. But yeah, it's hard to pick them. But, I don't know. They might go okay, but I think Blackburn, as you say, starting to hit their straps now, and I think they'll probably get it done. But probably be pretty close, I'd say.
Ray,
yeah,
where do you want to see that one?
I'm going for Blackburn as well. Look, Park Orchard, to me, I think they're having a problem running games out. As you said, they've been in games till 3/4 time or whatever. But Blackburn, they're playing some pretty good football now, and I think Blackburn will win.
And Doncaster East also take on Berwick. Should get the job done there, the Lions. And also Noble Park play Norwood out at Pat Wright Senior Oval for Jackson Sketcher's 100th game. And Brett, we're talking off air about Sketcher and the likes of him and Horton Mill. They need a big season this year in absence of Martin. And so far they've done that. And I think they're just going to be far too strong for Norwood this afternoon.
They'll win out at Pat Wright, no doubt about that. As we were saying just off air though, you know, it just depends going forward, you know, just how they go. I mean, they haven't got a couple of their key midfielders, and it's going to be a big burden for the likes of those 2 guys to carry for the whole season. But, you know, they're up to it. I'm sure Sketcher's playing his 100th today, and he's matured now from the player who first came into the scene. And Horton Mill's getting better and better. He's brilliant in the grand final last year. So, but some of the other soldiers need to step up as well. So, but I think they'll certainly get the job done today, no doubt.
Let's jump into Division 2 now. A couple of big games here. We'll go through some of the other ones first. The Basin take on Upper Ferntree Gully out at Batterham Reserve. Upper Gully haven't probably performed well since their win against Knox. The Basin have shown a bit. They only lost to Ringwood by 12 points last week. Knocked off East Burwood a couple of weeks ago. Pushed Templestowe for 3/4. I think they're on the right track with the young side, Ray. Yeah,
they're doing enough to win last week, and I think they'll get over Upper Gully.
Yeah, 100% Basin for me, yeah.
And then Ringwood Mulgrave, an interesting one at Jubilee Park.
Look, I'm going to pick Ringwood. I just can't get a rap on Mulgrave. I think they've been very, very disappointing this season so far, and I think Ringwood, although another side that haven't really set the world on fire, but I think that with Brett Rowe there, and when they get their backs against the wall, they'll pull something out, and Ringwood for mine.
Yeah, I think Ringwood as well, as you say, Ray. It's been a bit hard to get a read on Mulgrave, and they could get it done today if they go out and play a good game. But I think Ringwood under Brett Rowe's astute tutorship, is that a word? Tutelage, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
So we'll leave that conversation for after, because we've just been joined by Neil Winton, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club. Neil, thank you for joining us this afternoon. It's a massive test for your boys facing the undefeated South Belgrave side. Both teams with some injuries and some key players too, but I'm sure it's been a big build-up for a 1v2 game still.
Yeah, it certainly has, mate. We've spoken about it obviously during the week, the fact that they're undefeated and on top of the ladder, and we're sitting second by percentage, I think. So yeah, it's a huge opportunity for us. They've been in some really good form, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenge. And
4-1's been a great result for your boys so far this season, with some really noticeable outs, with obviously Parenti playing VFL level, Halo going down first week. I think Uren missed a couple, Barton Smith. So obviously some big players out and you're still getting the job done. How important have been the likes of someone like a Cherry or a Jackson Haller, who's probably really stood up in the absence of your outs?
Yeah, for sure, mate. To have those absences out, some really important midfielders for us, and Jess Cherry in particular has really taken another step. He had his best pre-season he'd had since he's come to the club, and he's taken another step. And Jackson Halo as well has been really good out on a wing for us and drifting forward, and he certainly knows where the goals are. So yeah, we've had some guys that have really stepped up and played some really good footy for us. Josh DeVallen, who's come across from Scoresby, so he stepped up a couple of levels. He's been really important for us in a midfield role over the last few weeks. So yeah, it's been pleasing to see that we've been able to cover the losses that we've had through injuries, and yeah, I've been really happy with the guys. And Sam Carney's the other one too, who we got really late in the piece. He come across from Noble Park just looking for a bit more opportunity to play some senior footy, and he just hunts the footy, and he's been really good for us as well.
How are you, Neil? Good to catch up, mate.
Good, mate. Good to see you.
You've nearly been around as long as I have.
Oh, God, I'm not that bloody old.
No, not quite. Look, one of the big key factors in South Belgrave, and I saw them 2 weeks ago, is Mitch Garner in the ruck.
Yep.
Do you think that your boys are going to have to get around his feet and that as well? Because he's not one of these ruckmen that hits it clear of the contest, so he needs them in and under midfielders.
Yeah, he's an outstanding ruckman, mate. He's clearly had the most hit-outs in the comp, so we've spoken about that. But look, Danny Baglover, who's come to the club this year, has been at a really good season for us, and Tommy Lovell as well, who's just an outstanding athlete. He rolls through there as well. But yeah, we realise that he's an outstanding ruckman, and yeah, they've got some really good midfielders through there as well. Bartels, Peters in particular, are two really good in and under tough midfielders. So they've got a couple of obviously key forwards out, but they've got, as far as I know anyway, a lot of their good mids playing. So it's going to be a really tough battle in there for our midfield.
I know it's been a couple of seasons now, so you've probably gotten used to it. But since you hung up the boots, I mean, you were player coach for all those years, and now you get to sit on the sideline. It's a totally different perspective. How have you found the difference?
Yeah, it is, mate. It was probably the first month or so last year was a bit of an adjustment to not being out on the field. But I'm used to it now. But it is just, you see the game, you see the whole ground. As opposed to when you're out in the heat of the battle, you see what's happening around the footy, which is a positive. But yeah, you certainly see more of the stuff from a whole ground perspective, and you're just relying upon talking to some of your midfielders in particular, just to make sure that your setups and your voices and stuff is right around the contest. But no, it's good, mate. I enjoy just being a coach. The body certainly enjoys it as well.
And nice to line up in perfect conditions. We've had a couple of shots the last couple of weeks, but the ground looks an absolute picture. And I did ask Luke this when he came up. I mean, who do you think it's going to be hard and relatively hard? I haven't been out there, but it's going to be a fast game today, especially in these conditions. Which side do you think that will favour?
It's hard to say, mate. I don't think it probably favours any side in particular, to be honest. As you said, it's a beautiful day, and we like to move the footy pretty quickly, and no doubt they do as well. So when you've got beautiful conditions like this, it suits good players, and both teams have a lot of good players. So without knowing them like super intimately, because it's obviously their first year up in the division, I've seen quite a bit of their vision. But I don't think it sort of favours any team, to be honest.
And how important has it been to be able to close out games? You've had a few big last quarters. The Wantirna South won 7 goals. Really challenged by North Ringwood and Lilydale, and then came home strong in the last quarter to get the win. How important has that been for you guys, just to be able to push home late and be able to bank those 4 points?
Yeah, it's been really important. We had a huge focus this pre-season of doing a big pre-season. The guys didn't particularly enjoy the 3 running blocks they were getting every night, but it's certainly, and I keep reminding them this just so it wasn't, that they whinged during the pre-season. pre-season, but it's certainly showing the benefits of it, because as you said, our last quarters have been really big, and it gives the guys confidence too, that we know that we can finish games off really strongly.
And just one more on your forward structure, obviously without Jake down there, and you probably would have been aware of that, knowing that he was going to be busy with VFL duties. How have you sort of structured that around without his absence, and sort of the players who have come into the side that have really stood up?
Yeah, look, it happened pretty late in the piece. Jake sort of only went to the Bull Ants 3 or 4 weeks at the most before our first practice game. So, it sort of required a bit of an adjustment for us, and it was, we were just sort of, I was playing it by ear, to be honest, during the practice games, but Bailey Cowman, who we got across from Wanturna South, has been outstanding. He's missed a couple of games because he thought that Vegas and Cancun looked better than Melbourne this time of year, which is probably fair enough. But when he's played, I think he's in the top 5, I think, for the goal kicking in the comp, and his hands are outstanding. So he's essentially just playing Jake's role, albeit in a different fashion for us. So it's meant that we have sort of been able to keep our structure in place, which has been really good. Absolutely.
Neil, thank you for joining us this afternoon. It's a big test, obviously, against the undefeated Saints side, and we're really looking forward to seeing how you go. You've been a really impressive team over the last few years.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Neil.
That's the senior coach there for the Mitcham Football Club, has done a great job there. A premiership not that long ago in 2019 against Ringwood in Division 2 to jump into Division 1, and since they've been really strong. Obviously, their first season was interrupted with all the COVID interruptions, but last season was a big year for them. The only sides that really got a hold of them were East Ringwood and Maroubra.
Yeah, no, look, they've played some pretty good football, and if you've been around the competition as long as I have, I can remember Mitcham when in Division 1, and they were matching it with the Vermonts and all these other sides that were around. The Bayswaters, they were very strong, East Burwood, and it's great. I think a lot of people in the EFNL would love to see them back up in the top division.
Yeah, we were talking to my grandpa down there earlier today.
I know, he's a bit passionate about it, isn't he, eh?
He's talking about the 70s back then, and how much of a powerhouse the side used to be. So I think they're certainly on the right track to jump into Premier Division over the next few years. They're in a good spot there. We'll jump back into Division 2 as we're going through the tips here. One big game today is Waverley Blues taking on Heathmont. Two sides in the top 4 there. We saw Waverley a couple of weeks ago in probably their worst performance of the season. They only lost there. Since then, other than that, they've been a really strong side, and they play Heathmont, who've been probably a bit of a surprise backer, but at full strength, they're a really strong outfit too. But they're going to probably have to match Waverley Blues in obviously clean conditions. Need to match them on the scoreboard. Do you think they've got that scoring power? Because the Waverley Blues just have so many options. Yeah,
look, the Waverley Blues, they've got players all over the ground that can tear you apart, and they are playing good football as well. But Heathmont, they've you can't take last year into consideration, because they were just decimated with injuries, so many. And all you can do is do what you got with the players you've got. But they have certainly stepped up this year, and they've had some really good results. I think they can cover some of those stars that the Waverley Blues have got.
Brett, where do you see it today? Obviously, it's going to be a big ask. Perry's in the side still for the Waverley Blues.
I can't see I'd give Heathmont a rough chance, but I can't see anything else but a Waverley Blues when they're flying at the moment.
Yeah, they've really done well.
And they really, really look good. They're strong right across the park, and I think they'll win today. Maybe 3 or 4 goals, but they'll certainly get the chocolates.
And then the other game rounding out the top 4 of that division, Templestowe take on Boronia. At Templestowe, the Dockers did beat them twice last year. I know Boronia have obviously had quite a few inclusions this year with the likes of Begley and a few others, Max Brasher. How do you see that one playing out, boys? I think they're a real chance here, Templestowe, to knock Boronia off. Someone's going to do it eventually. I don't see them going undefeated for the whole season. And I think the Dockers I think they've got something going, especially with that midfield of Mitcham in the ruck and Fogarty and Giovanni. It's a really strong lineup, Brett.
I still think Boronia will get it done. I think they are coming, definitely, Templestowe, but I think today might not be their day, and I think it's hard to tip against Boronia the way they're playing at the moment and with the guys they've got that you mentioned. So I think Boronia for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, Templestowe has been playing some really good football, and they're on the right track, but they're coming up against the best in the competition. And
they're the benchmark.
They are the benchmark by far. And all they got to do is, Boronia are the sort of side that turn it on for 1.5, 2 quarters, and they'll win the game. Yeah, it's all they need with the star power that they do have, especially through the middle of the ground. The final game of the division before we go to a break, Knox versus East Burwood. Doesn't look like the greatest contest, but a lot of pressure on East Burwood today, because
they've had a lot of outs that they, again, I think a few other guys coming in and out. They bring back Logan and Mariani, which is important, but it's just a must-win game at all circumstances.
It's a must-win game for them, but I think it's certainly a danger game. I think that if Knox are going to get off the mark, I think today's the day. Playing at home against East Burwood, who got well and truly beaten last week, and I just think that Knox. I'm going to pick Knox as an upset again.
Ooh.
I love
Brett,
upsets.
No,
we do.
Absolutely not. No, I pick East Burwood. I think they'll bounce back after the loss last week, and I think they'll get the job done today.
Absolutely. We're going to take our first break for the match of the round. We'll be back shortly.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round between Mitcham and South Belgrave out here at Walker Park. Beautiful afternoon for BCNA round. Very important round for the league. A couple late changes here. We've just heard really important one here from Mitcham. Jesse Uren still out of the side. Was meant to come back this weekend, but he won't be playing this afternoon. Dominic Howe comes in for the Tigers there. And then also for South Belgrave, Philip Costa a late out. That's another important player that out of the side. So Winsor comes in to debut for South Belgrave, and they've had a few jumper changes that we might struggle with throughout the call, but we'll worry about that at the time.
I don't care, we'll be on the boundary.
Yeah. And a good day to be there. It's beautiful conditions on the ground. A lot to talk about with that game, but we will continue going through the divisions first. We'll jump into Division 3 now. It's been a hard one to tip. I've had no luck this season in Division 3. Ferntree Gully hosts Warrandyte out at Wally 2 Reserve. Ferntree Gully have had some outs with certainly Lockie Kennedy is their main guy. Not in the side. They take on a Warrandyte side who finally got their first win of the season last week. Kieran Malone was massive. Had the 44 touches and was just a rock down back, push through into the midfield and even up forward as well. So he was fantastic. I still think it's a bit too much of an ask for them to go to Ferntree Gully on their form. They just got over the line last week, Ray, but again, Ferntree Gully have really barely stepped out of line this season.
Yeah, as you said, Ryan, they won the game last week, but their form's still not what we expected at the start of the season for Warrandyte, and I think Ferntree Gully are probably 5 goals in it.
Yeah, I agree. I still shake my head and wonder what's happened to Warrandyte this year. I think at the start of the year we probably would have all had them up there, but they just haven't fired at all. And as Ray says, Ferntree Gully are firing at the moment, and I think they'll get it done today. But if Warrandyte play as well as they did last week, they got that first win. Confidence will be up. Anything can happen, but I think Ferntree Gully for me.
Yeah, it was certainly a must-win game last week. Fair Park take on Coldstream. That's another side who's in a really tough spot at the moment. Coldstream obviously playing the final series last year. They've been disappointing 1-4, and they take on Fair Park at Fair Park. At the start of the season, you would probably lock this in for a Coldstream win, but I'm tipping the Lions, and I'm tipping them quite comfortably, just on form. They've been really impressive. I think they've had one big loss to Ferntree Gully, but other than that, they've either won or they've only lost by a short amount of margin. So I think the Lions for me.
Yeah, I'm going to pick Fair Park. And Coldstream, as you said, they've been disappointing, and we don't know what's happening.
And no Darcy Fritsch as well today.
No Darcy Fritsch. He's one of their main midfielders. No, Fair Park for me. Not easy. Probably only a couple of goals.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be won't be a walkover, but Coldstream just not firing at the moment, and Fair Park are going okay. And certainly with Darcy Fritsch out, who's kicked about 1 million goals in the last couple of years, I think Fair Park will get it done in a close one.
And they've been relying on him again this year to sort of kick 4 to really get them across the line.
And that's the problem, isn't it? When you have a spearhead and you rely so much on that player. If anything happens, a loss of form or an injury, but then you get found out, and I think that's what's happening at Coldstream this year.
Yeah, and the one win they did have against Warrandyte early in the season was when they finally were able to get a lot of other guys involved, and it was a real team game that got the 4 points. But other than that, they've been pretty disappointing. Another game happening this afternoon in Division 3. Sylvan take on Donvale out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Sylvan have been probably the big surprise this season, 3-1, sitting equal top on the ladder. It's another big task. I really like their chances at home against sides, but I think with the way Donvale are playing, they should get the job done. Ethan Duncan misses out this week. I'm not sure if that's injury related or something else, if he's managed what, but he's not playing. So do you give him a chance, Sylvan? I mean, they're both 3-1, but it's still 2 different sides, I think, Ray.
Well, they got everything in their favour because it's played up as Sylvan, and that might stretch Donvale a little bit. But I just think Donvale a little bit bigger, probably a little bit stronger around the contest, and I think Donvale. But I think Sylvan will be in it right up to 3/4 time.
Yeah, I think Donvale's midfield will get them home. James, I never get it right. Rouser. Yeah. So I think he'll have a colossal game. You've got Zach Haig, who's been playing great footy for about 1 million years, and the likes of Liardi and Co. And I think they'll just be they'll get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the final game into Division 3 this afternoon, Whitehorse Pioneers take on Oakley District Football Club. Both sides have shown signs this season. Oakley District have been a really strong club at home. And then Whitehorse, their last 3 weeks, after a bit of a slow start, they got pumped by Fair Park, and then they came out, beat Ferntree Gully, pushed Donvale. Was just a kick in the end. They almost had a chance to win it, hit the post late in the game, and then a goal there for Giles ended it and gave Donvale a 6-point win. But I think with the way Whitehorse are playing, they've got a couple outs this weekend too, but I think Andrew Haining started to get them into a real good shape, Ray.
Yeah, they're playing some great football, and playing down on their home ground there, that's also an advantage. But I'm going to pick Oakley Districts. I just like the way that they're going about their footy, and I think they'll get over Whitehorse, probably even by 3 goals.
They're probably the most improved side in the whole competition, Oakley District. I mean, when they came into the competition, they had that period where they were getting thumped every week, and it took them a while, but they recruited really well. They got their act together. But having said that, I think Whitehorse might get the job done today.
Yeah, and it's a big credit to those guys who have stuck around as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing
through the tough times.
Yeah, but it was a really tough year last year for both their senior side and reserve. So good to see them up and about. We'll jump into Division 4 for the tips there. I think 2 games are going to be pretty one-sided. Scoresby takes on Nuttawading. I don't see any chance of the Lions getting over there. And then Surrey Park also take on Croydon North Emlock. No chance for Croydon North then,
No.
apologies.
No.
That will be, I think that could get ugly with the outs that Croydon North had, and
Yeah.
it's unfortunate they've lost another 8 or 9 players. Batira out as well, which is really key. They're really struggling on the injury front, and that really hurts when you haven't won a game.
Yeah, well, I'm going to pick Churnside over Kilsyth in the final one anyway, but the other two, as you said, you know, they're going to be one-sided.
So you reckon Churnside,
I give them a chance, but the only reason I give them a chance because, you know, as you said, you can't keep winning, and I think that the Churnside were pretty good last week from memory, and so on their home ground, I think that they can. It'll be close, but I'm going to pick them to a bit of an upset again.
And Brett, a little fact there, they haven't beaten Kilsyth haven't beaten Churnside Park since 2010.
Really?
They played in a grand final in 09. So there's a little bit of something in that. And then last year, obviously, Churnside got him in a semi-final. So Kilsyth would be pretty fired up, I think, to try and break that streak and get a win here.
Yeah, look, I think it's one of those games that could go either way, and I think Ray's tip's probably fair, but I think I'll go for Kilsyth on that one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Them and Surrey Park seem to be sort of the front runners of this division. Probably time to jump into this game a little bit more. We can look at their form lines of the two sides in South Belgrave and Mitcham, but from hearing from both coaches, they're probably in similar boats where the clubs have got over the line in close ones. Mitcham and South Belgrave, there's a few games that have been, less than 3 goals, wins, just getting across the line. Those 4 points so important with both sides having so many injuries, Ray, to bank those wins in early, and it gives them a real chance to sort of set their season up.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I think a game like today, where both sides have, got players out, key players out of this, what it's done, it's give coaches now have a chance to see some of these fringe players who are in the side today get their chance through opportunity and see whether or not they can perform on the big stage.
Brett, we talked about this off air, and we sort of probably focused on South Belgrave. Do you think their outs are a little bit more key when you talk about, midfielders are, certainly hard to come. Certainly, it's not great losing them, but having those key forwards in a guy like Tim Smith and Taylor Gunner, they're hard to come by.
I'm just trying to remember, because I should have checked this before I came on, but I think I had a look last night, and I think that between the two of them, they kicked 45 goals or something like that for the season. So that's a massive. I mean, you take those two out of the side, and it's not to say that they can't still win the game, but that's a huge. That's 45 goals that they've lost from this game. So I think for me, I think Mitcham will. I think Uren's a big out, which we just found out about a short time ago. But I think Mitcham at home. I still think it's going to be a good game. It's literally the flip of the coin.
It's hard to sort of pinpoint exactly what's going to happen with both sides, with many key outs in their lineups, and it's also down the other end of the ground in Connolly, not there today as well for South Belgrave, who's had a really strong season down in defence too.
Yeah, no, look, as I say, look, both sides, they're missing the key players. And look, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the midfield, because if you got those two big key forwards down there, you burst out of the midfield with the ball, you know where these two guys, they're very experienced where they're going to run to. All of a sudden, you burst out of it and no one's there to kick it to.
That's right, yeah.
So there's a lot of pressure on the midfield as well.
And what about Damien Garner, Ray? We talked about him earlier. Kicked the 42 goals last year. Had that injury in round 1. Comes back into the side today. How important is it for him to sort of probably stand up? And you've seen him play quite a bit. So what can we expect from Damien?
Look, he's a 3 or 4 goal player each game, and he can take a big grab, but he's the ability to kick a long goal. He'll be kicking goals from the 50-metre mark, even a little bit further out if he gets the opportunity. Yep. And what he's got to do, the side's got to make sure that he's going to be the key man down there. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the crummers underneath his feet, but so they've got to put a lot of Mitcham's got to put a lot of work into Garner, I think, and have him really matched up well, because as I said, he can mark, he can run, and he can kick.
And
but that said, though, with effectively they might be a little bit one-dimensional with just Garner.
Well,
I mean, they'll find other avenues. So if they can shut Garner down rather than having to get rid of or shut down two, they've only got to shut down one.
That's why the crummers have got to be around front and forward and around the feet.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at Mitcham's backline, they've got some really talented players there. And obviously Mark Parenti's back there, Jackson Glossop. Josh Mays had a great start to the season. So I do think they've got the capability to shut down a South Belgrave side without a couple of their key players down there. But it'll be a tough ask. And one thing I probably should mention is it is quite interesting that all premiers of last year have come up a division and done really well, but not only that, they're all sitting either on top or equal top. So
which is great, isn't it?
It's fantastic for the competition that clubs can perform that well going up and up a division and then be able to sustain it. And I think South Belgrave had done that really well over the years, and we saw them last year with the guys that they brought in, and the Garners were certainly a talking point. But they're just, they lost twice last year against Mulgrave of all sides. But apart from those two games, they were by far the dominant force.
And they were belting sides too, that's the thing. Yeah, no, look, as I say, look, everything amounts to a great game of football, and I'm really excited to see this one play. And of course, the weather gods are on our side today too, so there's no excuses whatsoever, Brett.
No, absolutely not. It's going to be a great game, and as I say, with being down on the boundary, it'll be nice to be down in the dry.
You're lucky you weren't there last week with Jared and Josh down on the boundary at Wantirna South. For the first time this afternoon, we're joined by Blake Tennant, who'll be calling alongside me this afternoon. Blake, welcome to the pre-game show.
No worries. Thanks for having me, Brian. Yeah, good to be here. As Besto's been saying, the ground is just absolutely in great touch at the moment with all the rain that we've had in the last couple of days. So it's great to see that the sun's out and the rain is definitely well away. So, and what a cracking game. 1v2, South Belgrave undefeated. Really been the team that's really at the start, would say the team to beat. You wouldn't be saying that after they won the premiership, and you would like to see them progress through. They've done really well. And of course Mitcham, who have been in there the last couple of years now, so it's good to see.
What's your thoughts on the two sides? Do you give either an edge? We talked about the guys that are missing on both teams. Mitcham are losing a lot of midfielders. Nick Heller went down round one, as we mentioned. Jesse Rem was the late out, Barton Smith out too, and then South Belgrave have certainly lost a bit of depth at both ends of the ground with the Garner and Smith, and then Connolly down at the other end, down back. So do you lean towards one side or the other?
It's honestly a hard one. I think this is really, it's like 50-50, like it's just a coin toss really, to be fair. But yeah, as you just touched on, that's a lot of players that are key to their positioning on the ground. As we touched on with Jesse Uren missing out, and then you've got the Tim Smith, who's been kicking goals for fun lately in the last couple of years. So, that's two big outs, and they just feel everything and for their team, and they're just a crucial part of the team. And you touch on Halo as well. It's going to be a hard one. Like, I honestly came here today and I still didn't know who to tip. It's going to be that hard, but. Yeah, I can't.
Well, it's interesting because, as you mentioned before, Besto, when you look at the stats for the division, the two leading goal scorers, it's Taylor Garner and Tim Smith at the top. So that's 35 plus goals that you're missing from the side, and it really puts a lot of pressure on some of the other players.
I think I might have said 45. Was it 35? Was it? But I knew it was a huge amount anyway. So look, as I say, it puts the pressure back on some of the others. I mean, Mitch Garner, as we talked about, it's going to be. But some of the small forwards are going to be the ones that are going to have to get the job done. But I still like Mitcham today out at the home ground, and I think they'll get the job done and give South Belgrave their first loss.
Absolutely, and we did go through half of the Oracle tips, so we'll go through the rest of them here. And Blakey, if you want to jump in for any of your tips across this weekend, in Premier Division we didn't go through them, but Baldwin to defeat Doncaster 73-41, the Oracle says. South Croydon just to get across the line against Vermont 67-64. Park Orchard 62 to go down to Blackburn 95. Noble Park 73, Toulouse and Norwood 76. So
dream on.
I don't know. You can rule out Brett Beston as the Oracle. That won't be the case there. Rowville 88, Toulouse East Ringwood 106, Doncaster East 86 to defeat Berwick 47. Blake, we've gone through all the matches there, but just your thoughts on probably the Rowville East Ringwood game. It's a really important one, probably for Rowville. They'll come in as the favourites at home at Seabeck. I think they'll be the odds-on favourite with East Ringwood with a couple of outs.
Yeah. I was just saying, both farmers are out, or is it just one?
they're both out.
Okay.
As far as I know, they're still both out.
I was just listening on the podcast as I was coming out. I just wasn't sure if both of them were out or was it just one. But as you said, this is a cracking game of footy as well. Like, I reckon the last couple of weeks, Premier's delivered some great football matches lately. Like, we all saw... I think the Roval South Groin, that was talked about heavily. I think the Doncaster East Naval Park game, that was talked heavily. And it's just been great, and I think it's an even comp. If you think back a couple of years ago, you had the Vermonts and then the Baldwins, all that, but now it's all changed and it's all competitive. But yeah, back to what you were saying, the Roval East Bengal game, it's a great game. I think Roval, they want to put their expectations where they should be. They made the grand final last year, and they want to try and be where they were, 12 months ago. And East Ringwood, again, another surprise package like South Belgrave, who have won the premiership and are now actually very, very high up there on the ladder. I think they're on top of the ladder, which is incredible for them. But I just think with the class of Roval and Lockie Wine, the way he's playing lately, I just can't see Roval losing that game. I think it'll be close. I reckon it'll be kind of what Ray said about, I think it was a game where our team would be up there in the third quarter, but then they would just fall out of league. So I've got Roval to win by about 2 to 3 goals.
Ray, is that the key for the Hawks this season? Obviously, there's been a lot of pressure on some of the younger guys in certainly last year with like a Mav Taylor, who probably had to perform a bit more, and he's a real youngster, but I think his game is only going to benefit by having Lockie Wine there and being a
it always helps when you're not the only forward, and with Lockie Wine down there who's doing a fantastic job, it has taken a bit of pressure off Taylor. But there's one player down there on that forward line who we haven't mentioned all year, and he is their forward coach now, and that's Matty Davey.
That's true.
Because his form is down, and if they can get him up and running as well, it's just going to be another avenue to goal for them.
200th game as well for, I think it is. Is that correct, Ray?
It could be.
Yeah, I think it's his 200th game. I saw a post this week saying it's his 200th. So
that's fantastic.
I don't know if it was
important player for him, and certainly one. If he gets going, the Hawks will be in really good shape this season. We jumped into the Division 1 Oracle tips, going at 73.33%. Premier Division best, so you'll be happy. The Oracle's only tipped at 41.67%.
I'm not surprised that
when he's tipping against Noble Park like that, probably makes sense.
What's the Division 1? Sorry, can we get some...
Okay, well,
I missed it. So.
Bayswater 72 to defeat Croydon 71. Beaconsfield 72 to go down to Wantirna South 81. Lilydale 68 to go down to beat Mooroolbark 62 in the upset there. Montrose 74 to defeat North Ringwood 66. Mitcham 89 to defeat South Belgrave 86. So if that's right, we're in for a good game today.
The Lilydale Mooroolbark game could shape up to have been a really good game, I reckon.
We've two of us have tipped Lilydale here, and
they to go back from Lilydale. They've been up there, like they challenged Mitcham. But just that last quarter where they lapse a little bit. So, and Mooroolbark, there's been some thrillers down at Heights Reserve. So I reckon
3 in a row now.
I reckon we could see another thriller potentially down there.
But is there an over reliability on that midfield though, or is there enough talent around the grounds that they can sort of?
Is this Mooroolbark?
Mooroolbark,
yeah. I think it's just been the constant for Mooroolbark this year. Like if you have a look at their best every week, it's just the usual names of Mackie, Smith, Monkhouse, Noonan, Peacock. Like they're all midfielders, and Davey as well. They're all midfielders, and which is they need a forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And just in the reserves game here, Mitcham 6-15-51 lead. South Belgrave 6-3-39 as we go to our last ad break before we bring in the call team and get ready for this Eastland match of the round between Mitcham and South Belgrave.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. We're out at Walker Park this afternoon. Beautiful afternoon here to see Mitcham take on South Belgrave. It's 1v2 in Division 1. South Belgrave undefeated so far, while Mitcham just with the 1 loss. So should be a cracking game despite all the injuries on both sides. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League here on BCNA Week for Breast Cancer Network Australia. If you do want to know more about that or get involved by donating, you can head to our Facebook page and Instagram page for more information. Joined this afternoon by Blake Tennant, who'll be in the calling chair with me today. Your first time this season. Blake, how are we?
Yeah, good. Absolute pleasure to, call. I think this is our first game we've done. And
Yeah,
I think it was actually today, my first year part of the Eastern Football Netball League. So pretty wrapped about that. And yeah, looking forward to this great game that we're about to broadcast between 2 good sides that will be up there from what we've been seeing, and it should be a great game.
And you heard him on the pre-game show, Ray Baird, experienced member of the Eastern Football Netball League, and you should be pretty excited to see these 2 sides go at it. Both have had some big starts of the season.
Yeah, no, look, obviously you like to see the best of the best in each division, and that's what we got today. And it's always a pleasure to come out here to Mitcham up here in the back of the grandstand. It's a great place to call football from, and I'm looking forward to a real great contest.
How many sides have grandstands still anymore? Because this is, from everywhere we go, we don't seem to have this sort of setup.
Well, even the ones basically gone at Ringwood now too.
Yeah.
Not many.
Ringwood have got rid of their grandstand because of the indoor cricket nets, but Central Reserve and Glen Waverley, we get some finals.
There's one at Central Reserve
Yep.
down there.
Yeah, so, but yeah, I think...
But no one's playing there this
No,
year,
so that's...
Yeah, but I think the Premier Finals will be there.
Lilydale's got
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a must protect at all costs, I reckon.
Got one as well.
At Roeville?
Yeah.
No, they haven't got one there. But also, just joining, you've just heard him there, Paul Uconi, who'll be in the Stats Centre this afternoon. Paul, welcome to the pre-game show.
Thank you, Ryan. Hello, gents. Yes, it's a great day for footy. I mean, you can't complain, and the top 2 teams battling each other. It's going to be we hope it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were there, last week against for the Wantirna South Montrose game out at Walker Reserve. How did you feel about those 2 sides? And it's probably a good chance that we see these 2 as well, which could be the top 4 of this division.
Definitely. I thought last week was a great game. Wantirna South played well. Montrose kept coming at Montana South and made it a nice, close game. So, you know, hoping for more of the same today.
Absolutely, and we've got the reserves game finishing up here. Mitcham 7-15-57, defeating South Belgrave 6-4-40 in a big win there for the Tigers. Very inaccurate, but they're a great side. Their reserves team played off in a grand final last year, lost to Wantirna South, so they'll be another strong outfit, and it's been certainly a positive thing for them to have that, because obviously their depth is being tested this season with their injuries, especially to the midfielders. We mentioned early in the pre-game, Jesse Wren, a late out, was meant to come back in this week, and Dominic Howe comes into the side alongside Sam Carney, who was originally listed as an emergency. Big game ahead. We've got the Boundary Riders out on the ground this afternoon. Brett Beston and Jared Beanland. How are the conditions out there? Looks perfect. If we've got the boys there.
Over there.
They might not be ready yet, so we'll go back to them in just a moment. But it certainly is perfect conditions out here at Walker Park. No excuses for the forwards up there. Should be able to kick quite a big score here in a pretty small ground, especially their forward 50s. They are on the ground now, and they can hear us now. Brett and Jared, how are the conditions down there? No, they can't seem to hear us. That's all good. We'll go back to them shortly. If that's Brett now, that's just he's got the mic, I think.
Sorry, boys, you just caught us out. We were having a chat.
Brett, how's the conditions out there?
Mate, absolutely superb. The ground is in very good condition. I haven't been out into the middle, but you can just see, just standing on the sideline here, it's nice and firm. The players are just coming out into the ground now. Temperature-wise, it's probably going to be a little bit cool, despite the blue sky, should I say. It's a perfect day for footy. No excuses today.
Absolutely. And your tips down there, we sort of talked about in the pre-game, but we never actually nailed down a tip there. Brett, who have you got, South Belgrave or Mitcham?
I'm going for Mitcham. I think the outs for South Belgrave. I know Mitcham have lost a couple as well, particularly losing their end, but I think Mitcham will get it done today at home. And Jared's got his tip.
Yeah, we've seen South Belgrave vulnerable at times, even in their massive run last year in Division 2, and I think that might just be one of those times. Mitcham seem like they're going to be the squad to take advantage of that. So, yeah, I've got the Tigers in this one as well, guys.
So 2 Tiger tips down there, and you can hear probably in the background there the theme songs for both sides coming out, which is something Mitcham do really well here at Walker Park. Certainly honouring their opposition sides with their song as well, which is great to see. Boys, Paul, I'll start with you for your tip this afternoon. It's a big game for both sides in BCNA round. Who have you got here? Undefeated South Belgrave, but as we mentioned, a couple of key outs up forward. Can they still get the job done? Do you still see them kicking enough, finding enough targets down there to score?
I definitely think they can still get up, but I think if they're a chance here against Mitcham, which I do think they're still a decent chance even with the outs, I think they got to get at least 100 points to give themselves a real chance. But I reckon Mitcham at home, I'm going to go Mitcham by about 2 goals.
Ray, what are you thinking for this game? Do you sticking with the boys and tipping the Tigers, or can South Belgrave make it 6 in a row?
I'm sticking with Paul. I'm picking Mitcham to get up, only by 15 points. I think that one of the dangers they've got, though, is Mitch Garner in the ruck. He's going to control the ruck hit out. He's just such a big man. And if the midfielders for Mitcham can do their job and sort of nullify that, I think Mitcham by 15 points.
Certainly a big task for Baglava there in the ruck to go up against him, new to the club, and certainly a big task ahead. Blake, your tip this afternoon. We've got 3 for Mitcham at the moment. Where's your head at the moment?
It's honestly a very hard game, considering we've outs with both sides, but we saw it was Tiger time last night, and I think it's going to rain again. It's going to be Tiger time 2 days in a row. I think the Mighty Tigers should get home. I think it'll be a very close game. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a goal after the siren, or potentially
There's a big call already.
4 points.
So I think go extra time.
I don't think we can. I think it'll be.
You reckon we'll come back next week?
I don't think we'll be able to fit the game in. I don't think.
And because we've gone 4 tips to the Tigers. I'll tip South Belgrave to be something different there. But I think I was on the fence, and I think this is going to be a really interesting game. But with Mitcham's losses in the midfield there, Jesse Wren's a really important one that I thought would be back today, and I thought he was going to have a big influence. So that one hurts for them. A lot of reliance on guys like Jesse Cherry, who will be wearing the number 19, usually number 1 there, but change of number for him. Jackson Hallow had a big game last week, was best on ground for the Tigers, was in the team of the week this week. He's another important one. And then a few South Belgrave number changes as well. If you do have a team sheet at home, it printed it off. Charlie Peters now wearing 8, usually wears 16. William Bromley will be wearing the number 14. While Windsor on debut wearing 22, which is usually Bromley's number there. And then also Kelly wearing number 33, usually wearing 8. And also Bringing Shaw is now in the number 16 and not 58. So that's certainly put my team sheet out of order, and it will take a bit of time to get going in this first quarter. But the teams are going out into the middle.
One thing, Ryan, you want to mention, the pink socks on the umpires.
Absolutely, yes.
Magnificent.
Yep, so all umpires here at the Match of the Round game are wearing the pink socks in support of BCNA Round. Breast Cancer Network Australia. Fantastic to see that there. And they've also got the beanies there for both goal umpires. They're in the pink beanies, so it would have been perfect last week in the cold conditions, but they look great. So that certainly stands out, and you can probably see a bit of pink in the crowd today. I've got my beanie on inside the box here as well. So
and also directions not to go outside with it on.
Yes, exactly, and certainly a great cause there as the umpire holds the ball up for the Division 1 game between Mitcham and South Belgrave. Blake Tennant to take it away.
Here we go, Baglava and Garner going at it. Ball scrapping around, finally got the clearance there from Mitcham. Big, long, strong kick straight into the 450 of Mitcham. Again, nice little scrap going along here. And eventually the umpire will ball it up. Great clearance there from Mitcham. Couldn't get the number there. It was a very fast play. Again, Garner, Baglava going at it again. And the umpire again will bowl it up. Boundary side.
The clearance. He's had an excellent year this year.
Yeah, good start there. Eventually, the ball has been heavily in Mitcham's forward half. Can South Belgrave get it out? And again, nice strong tackle by the umpire. Is going to call a free kick. It's the number 50, Jordan Nuku there. Kicks it down on the wing. And eventually the ball will fall. And it looks like it's going to be a ball up. It is. So a lot of stoppages early on, which is good. Do you want to try get the cobwebs down, try kick it down? And I think it's going to be a free kick. It's going to go to Baglava. I think it is. It is.
Yeah, Garner got in his back there in the ruck contest.
So Baglava kicks strong. Good strong kick. Eventually couldn't mark there. South Belgrave got the numbers here. Good chain of handballs by the Saints. Long straight kick, but I think the ball's going to go out of bounds. It does.
A great handball there by Sam Brown, number 32, back in the side today.
Absolutely, he's going to have an important role today. Certainly probably needs a couple of goals. We saw him last season in the Match of the Round where he kicked 4 all in the first quarter. So he's a danger as the ball brought back into play. Tapped out by Garner. Went straight down to his teammate there at ground level. They get a hand out through Brown. Off to Garner. He gets his pass off into a tackle. Parenti there. Puts some pressure on as South Belgrave hit the ball out. The hand pass is a dangerous one. Turned over to Smythe, and now they'll go inside 50 here through May. Mark not taken out the back. They're under a lot of pressure here. The Saints are. They clear it out there through Morrison, but it's a turnover, and they're going to be sending it right back. Daniel Hawkes goes inside 50 to the Tigers. The kick, though, falls into the hands there of the South Belgrave defender in silver, who takes the short kick out and finds Garner. Out at the half-back line, short kick forward, finds his target there in Bartels. And
25.
A 25-metre penalty against Mark Parenti there.
Yep. This is a important kick here. If they can score.
Well, here they go. They go inside 50. A chance now through the hands of Wine towards goal. Has its line. South Belgrave get the first. 1 straight 6 to Mitcham. Yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone 3 minutes into this first quarter. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
It was a great goal against the runner play. That was their first inside 50 of the game, or you could call it inside 45 as it is here at Mitcham, compared to Mitcham, who had the first four inside 50s. So great goal against the run of play for South Belgrave, and great start for them.
Absolutely.
Nothing pretty about that entry into that 50, and it was a shank of a kick by Daniel Wine, but of course it got the points on the board.
Anyway, umpire throws it up. Mitcham get another clearance. Kicks it down. I think that was Lovell down there on the ground there. Eventually the ball gets picked up. South Belgrave doing really well. Nice with the chain of handballs. Giving down to the Windsor. Windsor trying to pick it up. He does. Plays on immediately. Kicks it down. Gets smothered out there. Down at the far end. And eventually now the ball is going to go out of bounds. Great start there by Windsor, who's on the Eastern Rangers list this year. He's played a couple games, so good to get, fortunate with the Coates Talent League on a break at the moment. Good to see the young fellas playing. So Garner and Lagvara eventually gets the kick. Down again, Wind kicks it, handballs down inside, deep inside the South Belgrave forward line here. Got numbers everywhere you would see on your screen. Ball is now getting kicks it down in deep inside. Brown's there. Again, Mitcham's got all the numbers, and Garner can try to pick up the ball. He does, but eventually gets slowed down. And it'll be a boundary throw in.
Did his best, the big man Garner then, but just couldn't bend down and pick the ball up.
Yep. So Garner and Lavar eventually gets the ball tapped. And again, the South Belgrave, they love the handball game, don't they, boys? With a chain of handballs, it gets the ball moving up the ground. So it's good to see early. Oh, there's a free kick. I didn't see that. Anyway, kicks the ball, and I think that's Brown. Is that Brown? 20. DeGatch kicks it long down deep. Who's going to fly? And eventually gets punched through from behind. These haircuts are not great, boldish kind of hair. Looks like Brown, unfortunately.
And the first chance there, Ray, for Damien Garner, and they did well there, Mitcham, to double back on him.
They did, and second entry inside the forward 50, and of course the scoreboard end in the reserves was the scoring end, so South Belgrave's got to hit the board.
So we'll see how they start in this first quarter. The mark there dropped on the boundary line there by Tom Lovell, and it was out on the full, so it'll be a free kick here for South Belgrave through Jay Robertson. He can send it back inside 50 for the Saints, up towards the dangerous Garner direction, punch towards the boundary line, and over it and out. As we go boundary side, thanks to Tobin Brothers, Jared Beanland.
It's not really that windy down here, but that out in the full kick by Mitcham, the breath of wind just picked it up and took it out, and now it's completely still again.
So ball brought back into play. Dangerous spot here for the Tigers. The South Belgrave have a chance another score, but Cherry again, who's been influential early, gets his hand pass off. Parenti there, passed it into space. Turned over now, chance for South Belgrave. They'll kick it long towards goal, and it's home, and they've got a second one. South Belgrave 2-1-13.
Bartels, I think it was.
Bartels with the Saints' second goal. Mitcham yet to score. 6.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
After a slow start, South Belgrave now are doing all the attacking, and as I just said, it is the scoring end, but Mitcham, they tried running the ball out of the defence outside the reserve back 50, but obviously it was turned over.
Paul Uconi in the stats centre.
South Belgrave have had 4 of the last 5 inside 50 entries.
Umpire now balls it up. Again, the usual ruckman of Garner and also Baglava. Eventually kicks it down. Again, another clearance there. Windsor attacking, but eventually Mitcham got all the numbers as they kick down deep. But again, Ryan there kicks it inside the 450 to the Garner direction. Oh, couldn't get there. Eventually the ball gets spoiled out, and it would be through out of bounds. He just has that X factor, Garner. Every time you look at him,
it's going to be a handful.
Indeed.
I'd like
Both of them.
see him on the lead, though. He's a better mark on the lead. Even kick it high, but on the lead, but he's getting underneath the ball, and 2 defenders are going with him.
So we're inside the South Belgrave forward 50 in the pocket. Garner goes again, guts the ground, gets the crabs. It's a goal! He has that X factor. The man of the moment, Garner, kicks a crucial goal. And that puts South Belgrave on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 3-1-19 to Mitcham, yet to score.
Sloppy work there by the defence of Mitcham, but Garner playing in front, and the throw-in wasn't a full throw-in, and he took advantage of it and just rolled it over the line.
Yeah, certainly too easy out of the ruck there. They've got to do better down in that area of the ground. As Blake said, 3-1-19 to Mitcham, yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Coming out to 8.5 minutes.
Would not be happy with that ruck contest.
No, he certainly wouldn't be, as South Belgrave start to get a bit of momentum in the middle of the ground with the clearances. Chance to get one again here. They get first use of the ball. They've had a good tackle there by Cherry for a free kick for holding the ball. Play on as they go inside 50 into the direction of Smythe. Takes the mark. He's in a tight angle there, right on the 45-metre line on the broadcast wing. Be a tough shot, but he's a good kick for the football. Jesse Smythe. They trail by 19 points.
Boys, he's going to sort of be kicking into that wind, looking at the flag in front of the grandstand.
Yeah, it will be a tough kick, coming about 45 metres out, and it is well right and out of bounds on the full. So no score. Mitcham yet to score. 9 minutes gone in this first quarter. South Belgrave 3-1-19. And they've done well to be able to clear it out of their back line in most occasions as they go down the line. Punched away there by Kogel and sends it forward. Baglava gets the ball on boot. Doesn't really go too far. Chance for now South Belgrave. They link up through Wind and falls out of Hard's hands, out of bounds. So we'll get a boundary throw in.
Yep.
9.5 minutes gone in this first quarter.
Been interesting. South Belgrave, a lot has been heavily on the shoulders of Smith and Garner, one of the Garners. Eventually now this Garner taps it down. South Belgrave trying to get it to momentum, but also Mitcham, nice chain of handballs. Good kick there by Horsley. And eventually now this is Halo. Halo kicks it from the pocket. And it's through from behind. I thought that went through, but anyway.
Not a bad effort.
So that moves the score to Mitcham 0-1-1. To South Belgrave 3-1-19. That is on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As you can see, the pink goal flags there. South Belgrave clear it out. Now through the middle. Finds his target in Peters. They go inbound. A dangerous spot here for DeGrasse. Did very well though. Got it, kept going forward. A soccer inside 50. Ball was dropped there by the Mitcham player. They're under a lot of pressure. They've got to clean this up well. Brown gets the first possession of the ball. And a free kick here going South Belgrave's way. The too high free kick, so a chance for South Belgrave to kick their fourth of the game.
This would be
with a set shot here.
For South Belgrave.
So Windsor.
Caleb Windsor come into the side at the last minute, so he's got his big opportunity here to hit the scoreboard.
And this would be a big statement to go four goals up early in this first quarter out at Walker Park. Windsor comes in. He'll be about 30 metres out on a bit of an angle to a scoreboard end too far left and just a minor score. So Mitcham a bit of a let off. 3-2-20 to 1 behind Mitcham. 11.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So now what can Mitcham do? They've been trailing a bit in this first quarter. Good kick there, but eventually great mark taken there. And that was by Trugay. I think that's the name. Is that it? Kicks it down deep inside and eventually gets spoiled. Through for a behind. Moves the score now to Mitcham 0-1 behind to South Belgrave 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've got about 11 minutes gone. Heading into 12-minute mark now.
For the Tigers to clear it out. They go down the line. Need a mark in. They've done that very well. Through the hands here of Tom Lovell. His kicks are got to be good because it's a dangerous one to Hoaxell in the middle of the ground. And he'll switch it to the far side. Mark taken here. They haven't made too much ground. There's a dangerous kick in the middle of the ground. Did well. Find Duvalin. Coming across to the club this season. And back to Lovell here. They've done pretty well being able to link up. The handball off. Will send him inside 50. A long kick in. And a boundary line will probably be their friend here. As it rolls out of bounds. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
They need to start getting some clearances here, Mitcham, because South Belgrave are starting to take advantage in that in the clearance section. 7-4 in favour of South Belgrave,
Well,
and this will be 8.
Here they go again as they send it long from their half-back line inside 50 in the direction of Garner. They've got players running out here. Here's a chance now towards goal from Garner. Dribbled it through for a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. South Belgrave have their fourth, 4-3, 27 to Mitcham, 1 behind, and they had all the numbers here. They had 4 on 2, and the dribble there by Garner was impressive as it rolls through for their 4th of the day. As we go boundary side with Brett Beston.
Yeah, really noticeable. Their transition down here from South Belgrave, like they'll be on defence and they run off half back. When they come out of half back, it's just so quick to transfer the ball down the other end of the field. It's probably the 3rd or 4th time that's happened, and this is starting to get just a tinsy bit ugly down here, boys.
Yeah, certainly need a response soon, the Tigers. Trailed by 26 points. 13.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So we got a new ruckman for South Belgrave. I think Garner's having a break. Number 16 is Peters. Eventually, the ball is now going to try and get into the Mitcham forward half. It does. Kicks it down inside the forward 50, and eventually the ball will go out. So it's in the Mitcham forward 50 now, which the ball hasn't quite been there this quarter. It's heavily been in the white and black team in red. Eventually Balava gets the hit out. Eventually now, here's this Halo, if he can pick the ball up. Eventually gets knocked out. Tackles again, really, really hard there, and again. Now the ball is just trying to get away, but South Belgrave again, good on the numbers there. I think that was Kogel, sorry, not Kogel, Pete.
He's gone.
Big tackle.
Big tackle, and he's gone. I think that was Halo.
No, it was Duvalin.
Duvalin.
Oh, sorry, Bailey Cowman there.
Bailey Cowman. So Calvin now can line up. Big, tall player.
Very important kick here, Ray. They really need one against the flow of play.
Oh, he's got to kick it. He's got to kick it.
So Cowan now on an angle directly on the 45 arc at Walker Park. Can line up and kick the Tigers' first goal, which they need heavily. Calvin goes back and missed. Free behind. That moves the score to Mitcham. 2 behinds to South Belgrave. 4-3, 27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. There's about 15 minutes gone.
So South Belgrave to bring it back into play. They've done well transitioning from one end to the other. As the ball here will go out of bounds on the far side. So see some of the Mitcham boys there resting up against my car behind the goals. All lining up against it as the ball about to be brought back into play. Chance here for the Tigers. They need one quickly as South Belgrave have jumped out to a 25-point lead. But we'll get another boundary throw in.
Just a quick goal. At least they're protecting your car, though.
Well, that's true. I'd rather them sit on it than my car get hit by the ball. But it's a Toyota Corolla that's not worth too much, so I guess it doesn't really matter either way as the ball is about to be brought back into play here. Baglava in the ruck. No one really won the tap out, but South Belgrave still get the clearance and a big mark forward here by Garner. And they've got players out if he can move it on quickly. Chooses to go in the direction of Garner and almost marked but punched away there by Mitcham. And they'll clear it out. And a boundary line here might work out well for him under a lot of pressure. Out the back. Couldn't quite keep it in. As we go boundary side with Brett Beston.
I just wondered what your excess was, Ryan.
What was that, sorry?
What was your excess here? Excess.
Well, look, it's not worth much. It'd be worth about $1,000 by now. With the damage
might be
it's
worth
through.
a lot more with some of the dents you're going to have.
Yeah, probably will. So
and eventually now, South Belgrave get that following kick down, but Mitcham have all the numbers again. I think that was Laughlin there. Had 25 touches last week. Short inboard kick. And again, Mitcham, they've just got the stone to build up now, which is what we like to see. That was, again, short kick there. No mark taken. The ball did bounce and eventually now gets tackled.
just under a lot of pressure at the moment, Ray.
Yeah, too much. If you're going to hit it back into the corridor, you've got to hit your target. And they didn't do it that time. It was a great tackle by Garner.
Deep inside South Belgrave, 450. Snap around the corner. It's a goal. Yep. No. Touch. Touch there. I think that was the last second touch there. I thought there was a confirmed goal.
They did stop play there.
So 2 behinds to Mitcham and South Belgrave moved to 4-4, 28. There is about 17 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So we go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
There's some very alarming numbers for...
Well, they've just turned it over here, Paul, right again to a chance for South Belgrave to go inside 50. Two plays collided with each other. Friendly fire as Mitcham at ground level mop it up. They're still in a bit of pressure here. Now through Carney can escape their back half towards the boundary line, out of bounds.
These are some very alarming clearance numbers for Mitcham. South Belgrave leading at 5-12, and they've had the last six of the last 7 clearances.
Yeah, and that turnover kick there to Kelly with the intercept mark gave him another chance, but 2 of those players up forward collided. There's a free kick here paid towards Mitcham, so the ball will come back on the outside wing for the Tigers here. As the ball brought back. I've got to get on the scoreboard soon. Baglava sends it inside 50 for the Tigers. No one able to take the mark. Ball hits the ground, and South Belgrave have got some numbers here. They could be out. Brown's in the middle if they could get that handball, but wrapped up in a tackle. So will be a ball up on the 45-metre line for the Tigers. They trailed by 26 points.
Not enough room in Mitcham's forward line when they've got the ball on centre wing. So they've got to just kick it down the line, and that's falling into the hands of South Belgrave.
Yeah, and they don't look like scoring at the moment. As inside 50, a free kick awarded going in the direction of South Belgrave. So they'll be able to escape. And they want to play it on straight away through Nuku. The hand pass off, and now the kick long down the line. Made a contest there at the back, did Wine. And they spills out. They've got some numbers here in the middle. Garner's one. Gets his handball out. Back to Wine. Couldn't quite pick it up. Now the Tigers' chance. Baglava went the don't argue. And stolen away here. He's going to be pinged for holding the ball. And it's going to be play on as South Belgrave link up and go inside 50 in direction of Brown. Went over the top of his head. Mitcham have numbers down here, but under a lot of pressure. They'll be able to get a free kick. That was holding the man there. And the Tigers are safe at the moment with a free kick. Down in their back half. 20 minutes gone. They trail by 26 points. 2 behind, so 4-4. 28 and a turnover. Geez, they've just got to be able to hit those targets when they're trying to kick those cross kicks, Ray.
It looks as though they've lost all confidence. You know, they're not confident to kick it down the line because there's no movement down there, so they've got to put it back to the goal square. They can't even hit their target when they do that.
So Laughlin now. Definitely be seeing him doing a lot of kick-ins today, as we've just seen the replay. That was by Elms. So Laughlin kicks it down deep. Who's going to fire? Lovell does, but eventually big fire there, and eventually the ball will go out of bounds.
You're right, Ray. They do look a little nervous out there. Their turnovers have been pretty poor in dangerous spots in the ground. Haven't been able to hit targets in their forward 50. Just a little bit concerning.
So Garner, the Rock taps it to the throat of South Belgrave. That was Kidd. So Garner and Lovell, by the looks of it now, gets a tap there. Mitcham again trying to get the numbers, but it's all wide at the moment. Good handball there. Windsor, short kick gets smothered there. Windsor gets it again. Great kick there. Who's going to fly? That's don't know if it was a mark, but it wasn't.
Free kick here, South Belgrave.
It's a mark. Yep, it is a mark.
I think it was a free kick because it looked like it would have been out of bounds on the full.
He called it a mark.
So he's talking with the boundary umpire here now. Can confirm to mark.
Yeah, I thought it was a mark. Number 6, that is. Trigard. Snap around the corner. Looks all right. And it's going to go through for a behind. Not enough angle there. So that's through for a behind. South Belgrave inaccurate kicking at the moment, but they have the big lead at the moment. 6:30 to Mitcham, 2 behinds. It's concerning for the Tigers as we are 22 minutes in the first quarter. Just past time on as well.
Jack Pruden's just come off for South Belgrave. Could be a hammy the way he hobbled off.
And I'm sure the boys on the boundary will keep an eye on that, whether he returns or not. He might have a bit of a spell for the moment as the Tigers exit their back half again towards us on the broadcast side, punched out of bounds, and we'll get that boundary thrown as we go to boundary side with Brett Beston.
Yeah, we'll try and check it out for you. He was holding, we had his sort of hands on his lower back, so I'm not sure if it's a hamstring or maybe a lower back, but we'll keep an eye on that and try and get back to you soon.
Thanks, Brett, there on the boundary line. Thanks to Tobin Brothers. Ball brought back into play. It's a good pick up there by Windsor. Got around and kicked it forward in the direction of Brown and punched away out of bounds. So we'll get another boundary throw in.
If you've got any criticism about South Belgrave so far, it's their entry into the forward line. Even then, that was just bombed in and hoping that one of the forwards would mark it.
As the ball brought back into play, no one went up for South Belgrave in the ruck. At the ground level there, Carney got his handball. Now a chance for South Belgrave. Big tackle there on Richards West will lead to another ball up. And they've just 23 minutes gone, can't afford another one. To be 34 points down would be a real tough ask to get back in this game. I think everyone except me tipped the Tigers today, as we'll get another ball up inside 50. Both sides, as we mentioned, have quite a few outs and key players as that. Jesse Rana laid out for the Tigers today, as ball up brought in the middle here for the South Belgrave back half, as it's turned over and a chance now through Wine, snaps at goal. And it is too far right. That is out of bounds on the full. So no score. South Belgrave 4-6-30 to Mitcham. 2 behinds. 24 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, so on the past plays pocket, they call it down here at Mitcham.
Yeah.
Good to see the past plays. And
under the scoreboard.
Yep. I think they've also got the super box as well inside the scoreboard. So it's pretty good down here.
It's a good setup. I've been around there a bit.
Anyway, back to the football. As Laughlin kicks it short onto the other wing, who's going to fly. And eventually now, again, Mitcham trying to. But again, South Belgrave, they just look very clean. They kick it short. Who's going to fly? It's going to be spoiled. But Garner picks it up, the class. And yeah, eventually now the ball will go out of bounds. And be free for a boundary throw in. Again at the pass player's pocket. So the umpire throws it up. And eventually now Brown is tackling. Good strong tackle there. Eventually gets out again. South Belgrave, good kick there by Wine. And eventually the ball will go through for a behind. A lot of rush behinds in this game today. It's again South Belgrave on the scoring front. 4-7-31 to Mitcham, 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboards. Laughlin kicks a short one.
I thought Wine's been pretty impressive early. He's had a couple of chances. If he kicks a couple more, it could be almost...
Another Eastern Rangers listed player from last year. Too old to play this year. And again, speaking of Wine, gets a handball to Garner. Again, they're looking inboard, South, back to Wine. Wine gets tackled eventually now. This is where Mitcham are out here. If they can get this handball chain going. But eventually, again, it's just been the whole quarter. All South Belgrave. Eventually fly there. That was great mark taken there. I think that was Kelly. Kelly kicks a short one. Who's going to fly? It's Garner. Eventually picks up the spoils there. I think that was the guards there. Handball thrown. And eventually he's going to be a stoppage. Sorry, that was Peters who kicked that. Sorry, viewers.
They've changed numbers.
I have.
Peters,
I'm trying to... This team sheet is just not looking good.
Peter's now wearing 8.
Yep. So Garner gets a hit out to his brother Garner around the corner. And it's a throw behind there. Brotherly love there. South Belgrave 4-8-32 to Mitcham, 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We are now 26 minutes into the first quarter.
Certainly a worry at the moment for the Tigers as Parenti in the pocket. Short kick finds his target. And they just slow things down. Coming up to the 27-minute mark. Have not kicked a goal in this opening term. They just slowly work it out. South Belgrave certainly moved the ball a bit quicker as the kick inside had to be good. Finds Carney, but he dropped it. And he will get himself a free kick there over for a high free kick as we go boundary side thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Thanks, Ryan. Just watching Jack Pruden just go through some run-throughs. I think Ray might be right about the hammy. He just seemed to be holding it. It looked like a high hamstring injury. He's been doing a number of little jogs. He got some treatment on the sideline, so he's looking like he wants to come back on. We'll just have to keep an eye on that. He's not back on yet.
Thanks, Brett, as the ball is turned over on the far wing, and now South Belgrave have a chance through a teammate there to go forward. Kicked inside 50, punched away there by Mitcham, but went straight to the hands of a South Belgrave player who misses to the right. And that was Bromley before he was able to get that inside 50.
So 4-9, very inaccurate. If they'd have been accurate, the game would have been over.
It's kept them in it. As you said, it was the scoring end in the reserves game.
I wonder if they can get to 10 behinds in a quarter.
Short kick there, great mark taken there.
They just got to slow it right down and hope the siren goes and reassess.
So May kicks it short. Who's going to fly? Eventually, great mark taken there by Garner. It's just been a Garner day out, really, in this first quarter. This Garner kicks it down deep inside to the other Garner, who takes a great mark. Inside the forward 50.
I'll back him in to kick this. If he gets onto it, he can kick a long way. It's just the accuracy.
So
he'll be kicking right on the 50 metre, or 45 as Paul calls it. This will test him, but it'll go through halfway up the goalpost.
So Garner now can come in, kick his second of the day. And it's
behind.
No, it's out of bounds on the full. Yeah, let's go bench sides. Thanks to Tom Brothers with Brett Best.
Just really quickly, boys, Jack Pruden is back on the ground.
Good to see there.
18-9 inside 50s this quarter in favour of South Belgrave. So, again, very alarming numbers for Mitcham.
13 scoring shots for South Belgrave
Certainly.
at the moment. So,
we're just waiting on the ball to be brought back into play. As it is 4-9-33 to 2 behinds. Just past 29 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Tigers just holding on. Do not want to concede one more in the late stages of this game. But there's another intercept mark. Used his body well, did the South Belgrave player there, Bartels, as he'll play on, gets past his man on the mark and sends it long in a deep direction. And there, Zachary Elms is happy to see it out for a boundary throw-in. They are under the pump here. They just need a real reassess, as Ray said at quarter time. They trail by 31 points. Just haven't looked like it early in these stages. Garner in the ruck against Elms. And I think there, South Belgrave have given away a free kick to Jesse Cherry, who has had a pretty good quarter. He's found the ball a fair bit, but probably hasn't had the influences such as really any Tiger player early on in this game. As he sends it out of their back half. A mark need to be taken. It falls through the hands, and now South Belgrave will try and get in the late inside 50, get past his opponent, sends it towards goal, and again to the right. Just a minor score there. 4-10-34 to Mitcham, 2 behinds, 30 and a half minutes gone.
They got your wish, Paul. 10 behinds in a quarter.
I thought that was going to be number 10.
Anyways, we wait.
I think Mitcham are falling into the trap, because when they get the ball, they're kicking it down the line towards the outer side, but Mitch Garner's out there. If you're going to kick the ball long, you keep it away from where the tallest man in the opposition is.
Yep. Yeah, it's just they fix that part of the game.
But
then
there's
it
got to
could
be
over
movement
quickly.
ahead. He just can't kick it. And if he's got no one moving, he's got to kick it down line. But it's...
Anyway, big fly there. Great mark taken there by Lovell, I think that was. The inside kick. This is where the Tigers can try to look dangerous here. Anyway, gets the ball. Great snap around. Check side. It's a goal. Yep, it is. And great there by Mitcham. Finally gets a goal. If we can get the name, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a brilliant finish and a great end-to-end play there from the Tigers, Ray. They really needed one, and we certainly didn't think they would get one after the way the last sort of 5 to 10 minutes were going with the repeat inside 50s.
I don't know who that player was, but when the ball hit the ground, it was great work the way he picked it up and eluded his opponent and sort of check-sided it off the side of the boot right through the middle. I think it was the ruckman in the middle.
Yeah, I think it was Lovell there. But
yeah,
we'll find out at quarter time.
We can find out, get the boys to find out on the boundary.
Yeah, I can't find it either anyway.
So back in the middle here, the Tigers' first goal, 1-2-8 trail. South Belgrave 4-10-34 as they look to go inside 50 again. A repeat entry up towards a dangerous spot here. Hand pass it off. Cherry puts it on the right boot, but that is too far right and will be out of bounds on the full as we go to Jared Beanland on the boundary line. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
We got confirmation that it was Josh May who kicked that goal.
Oh, Josh May.
Yep.
Josh May. He looks like a big, tall fella.
As the ball here we brought back into play from South Belgrave after the out-of-bounds kick there by Cherry. Out the back. And they might actually be able to have a chance here if they can control this, but said they soccer that off the ground there, does Bartels, and we'll get a boundary throw in. Coming up to 33 minutes gone in this first quarter, and to only be 26 points down, the Tigers, I think they take that with the way this game has been played so far. So we get a boundary throw in. Garner in the ruck, went through his fingers, out to Carney. A South Belgrave player just dived on him and gives away the free kick to Carney. He's had a bit of influence early. He found the ball. He goes for his kick, and it's a good one. Finds his target there in Lucas. His kick right into the man the mark smothered, but it falls into a teammate's hand. Through the hands here of Cowman. Goes inside 50. In the pocket there. They try get going inbound to Smythe. Couldn't quite get it, but the kick falls in the hands of May, who's got a target open. He just played on, and the siren will beat the Tigers there. 4-10 South Belgrave 34, lead Mitcham 1-8 at quarter time. It was all South Belgrave at Mitcham, a late goal there from May. Sort of keeps them in it, back to 26 points. The goal kickers, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, so we'll start off with Mitcham. Only the one goal kicker with Joshua May kicking a check side goal there. For South Belgrave, I think I've got Damien Garner with 2 goals and singles to Daniel White and Sean Bartels.
So that's it for quarter time here. It's South Belgrave 4-10-34 to Mitcham 1-8 for the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out at Walker Park. It's Mitcham 1-2-8 trailing South Belgrave 4-10-34. But we have said, as watching the reserves game, that is the scoring end down the scoreboard end. So it's a certainly still open for the Tigers, and we will get your thoughts, Ray Baird, in a second. But just around the grounds to some of the games across the divisions today, Balwyn 4-8-32 lead Doncaster, 2 behinds at quarter time. Blackburn 43-13 over Park Orchards. Noble Park 23 to Norwood 7. South Croydon 28 to Vermont 25. A close game there out at Cheon Park. Berwick lead Doncaster East at quarter time 3-3-21 to the Lions 3-1-19. Over in Division 1, Croydon have an early lead against Bayswater 2-4 to 1-2. Beaconsfield 1-4-10 to 1-2 to South 1 behind. Jumping into Division 2, East Belwood need a win 5-3-33 lead Knox 2-1-13. Waverley Blues 3 straight 18 trail Heathmont 3-1-19. Ringwood 2-4-16 trail Mulgrave 4-1-25. Templestowe early lead against Boronia 2-3-15 to 3 behind. In Division 3, Whitehorse trail Oakley by 4 points at quarter time. French Gully a 20-point lead over Warrandyte. Donvale lead by 7 points over Sylvan. And then finally in Division 4, as we thought, Surrey Park 9-6-60 lead. Croydon North Emlock 1 behind. Scoresby 33-7 Nuttawading, and then Kilsyth lead by 8 points over Churnside Park. Ray Baird, your thoughts on this game in the first quarter?
Well, look, South Belgrave were kicking to the scoring end without a doubt, because most goals in the reserves game was kicked down there. They've kept Mitcham in the game by kicking 4 goals 10. And the reason they've kicked 10 behind is because although they've had a heap of inside 50 entries, the way they do it is not getting reward. They're just bombing it in there, and occasionally they take a mark and they kick a point. But a goal to Mitcham very late in that quarter has really kept them in this game. And as I say, if they can just get the ball out of the centre, I think their centre clearances, I don't know what they are. Paul will tell us in a minute.
As we go, we'll go down to boundary side because Jared Benlin's got Neil Winterton there.
So I've got Neil right here. Aggression and work rate and voice. Those were the pretty clear messages from you at the quarter time.
Yeah, we were clearly outworked in all 3 of those areas. They were impressive. Their work rate was outstanding. They were much more cleaner and much more aggressive. So, yeah, if we're going to get ourselves back into this contest, they're the areas we need to address.
You've got to have trust in the boys to be able to do that, I'd imagine. I'd say that those next 3 quarters are going to be pretty season-defining for you guys.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Yeah, I've got faith in that we can get back into it, but it's not going to just happen. That they're a good outfit. We've got to work our way back into the game now.
Cheers, Neil. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks there, Jared, who had Neil Winston on the boundary line there. The ball about to be brought back up in the middle here for the second term. As we mentioned at the start, it is BCNA round, so that is why the umpires there have the pink socks, and then the goal umpires there with the pink beanies on at both ends of the ground. 26-point margin here for South Belgrave, but certainly well and truly in it, the Tigers. If they can kick the first couple, it's game on. As we hear the siren for the second quarter here at Walker Park.
McLava and Garner, 2 huge ruckman going at it again. Eventually now deep inside the 450 of South Belgrave, and a great mark taken there. It's a young fella as well. I think that's Windsor yet again. He's been everywhere, really.
He's had a lot of the football, and he's used it well when he's had it as well.
And Daniel Wine with the clearance to him as well.
And not the start that Mitcham wanted, of course.
So Windsor, Eastern Rangers listed. Played a couple games this year for the Eastern Rangers, and on the break now. Played for South Belgrave though. Can come in and kick South Belgrave's 5th for the day. Lines up, kick it, on its way, it is! I think that's his first goal in the South Belgrave colours. And that moves the scoreboard to 5-10-40 to Mitcham, 1-2-8. We have now gone 1 minute into the first quarter. Back, we'll go boundary side now with Brett Preston, thanks to Tom Brothers.
Well, thanks, boys. Just from the South Belgrave huddle, understandably, Luke Galliot was pretty happy. He's just happy with the clearances in particular, where they've dominated. Really happy with the work rate and effort, and he's just calling for more of the same, really, and making sure that they don't drop off in the second quarter.
It was a perfect kick there by Windsor. You used the breeze well. You saw it move right. And again, I thought Wine's just been fantastic. Got to be careful there in the middle. I thought they might be able to give away a free kick there, the Tigers. As ball brought back up, punched forward there by Garner. Falls into the hands of Lachlan, gets his handball out, and now the Tigers go inside 50 themselves in the direction there of a teammate as it goes out of bounds. unless there's a free kick given.
It
It
is.
is towards South Belgrave. So they'll get a chance here to repel. They lead by 32 points. Very strong lead early on this game. As the kick out is a turnover, falls in the hands of Cherry. He's played well so far. They need him to today as they go towards the hot spot. And well done there by South Belgrave. Played him on a straight away, did he? As the kick there could be turned over through Hallow. Passes it off to a teammate. And now a chance through Howe. The late inclusion up towards the top of the square. Strong hands.
Lovell.
And the Tigers now get their chance to hit straight back for their second goal of the game.
Yeah, well, they certainly need it, that's for sure.
Absolutely. They trail by 32 points. And
it's a Lovell.
They just need to start kicking these set shots. As South Belgrave missed most of their opportunities there in the first quarter. Tom Lovell, very reliable in front of goal. 24 goals last year. Important play for the Tigers. He'll be about 25 metres out on a bit of an angle down at the scoreboard end. Lovell comes in slowly, and it's just holding its line. It's there for the Tigers' second. 2-2-14, they trail South Belgrave 5-10-40. We've gone 3 minutes in the second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
I've just been watching Guy Lachlan. He's been in a push and shove match basically ever since the siren went for this second quarter. If he doesn't have the ball, he's pushing a South Belgrave around. So it looks like he's really trying to embody that.
Yeah, there's Withers there just not.
Yeah, it's really looking pretty ugly down there. But yeah, it looks like he's trying to embody that aggressive message that Neil Winterton sent them at quarter time.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I like it.
So anyway, back to the ruck contest. Baglava and Garner again. Eventually now the ball's going to be scraped up and there'll be a ball up. Again, still going on.
Well, they've got to show it in, and they've got to be controlled, Ray. Can't be anything to give away free kicks. But
so Garner gets a hit out and eventually holding the man there. Yep, it's going to go to Mitcham. It's Jesse Cherry. Handballs the ball deep inside the 450 of the Tigers. Who's going to fly? Someone out the back? No, but eventually now South Belgrave can roll it out and it'll be out of bounds.
And Still no movement from the goal square. They're just bombing the ball in.
They look for leads, don't they, Ray?
Yeah.
I think they're a bit worried about Cherry, though. They've given a couple of free kicks against him. He's starting to have a bit of an influence now. Had a great start to the season.
So into the pocket of Mitcham. And now the ball again. We'll have another boundary throw-in, I'm pretty sure. Yes, we will. Been a lot of them. I know the umpire wants to throw it up by the looks of it. So he will. As we've been touching on during the gameplay, loved seeing the umpires wear the pink socks today. Great support of this round that we are celebrating today. Eventually now gets a short kick there. This is Cherry now. Handballs the ball. This is Halo. Can snap around the corner if you don't mind. Jackson Halo, a snap around the corner. And he kicks Mitcham's third of the day. That moves the score to 3-2-20 to South Belgrave, 5-10-40. We have now played 5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Just that class of halo. It's what we want, that X factor.
And you're mentioning Jesse Cherry getting a bit of the ball. He was the one that hand passed it to him. So Cherry is right. He's getting into it, and maybe it's something that can lift Mitcham because, you know, they've started well for the quarter, but they've got to keep going.
Absolutely. He started again on top of the game, especially in the middle of the ground here. The ball brought back into play. Baglava. No one really got a tap, but South Belgrave tried and punch it forward on the secondary tap there, but we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground.
I think it's
a 20-point lead to the Saints.
Just a quick one as well, Ryan. I think Mitcham just need to have their X factors that can deliver this game. You know, we've seen Cherry and, of course, Halo, they kick that goal. They have to keep going.
Here's the chances. Bagler just manhandles Garner there in the ruck and sends it inside 50. A chance now for the Tigers through Lucas. Hand passed it off to Smythe and on line. Just bounced into the post for a minor score. So the Tigers 3-3-21 trail South Belgrave. 5-10-40. We've gone 6 minutes into this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we go boundary side to Brett Beston.
Just to watch on Charlie Peters, boys. He's come from the ground and he's in the hands of the trainer. He might be a head knock because it looks like he's getting a concussion test of sorts.
As Ryan kicks the ball. Good follow-up kick by the Tigers. Deep inside the 450. South Belgrave again. They're doing the chain of handballs, which is good to see earlier on. Good handball there. That was Smythe. Handballs back inside. They're going to go inside the 450. Smythe again gets the handball received. Kicks it inside deep. Who's going to fly? Eventually out the back. Nothing taken. And eventually it's going to get tackled. And it'll be a ball up about, you would say, about 10 minutes. So 10 metres in Mitcham's forward half here.
I didn't see if that bounced there, but that was Parenti all by himself there.
It was an opportunity miss there. You know, if he could have marked that.
So tap out there by Garner. He's been pretty solid all day, and eventually now it goes out of bounds.
Oh, that would have been a good. I think that was a goal if it wasn't out of bounds there.
The pass players getting up and about, which is good to see. The pass players pocket, as they call it, down here at Mitcham. The umpire throws it in. Garner again circling around. Gets tackled. There'll be another ball up. Let's go bench trouble. Brett Preston, thanks to Tom and Brothers.
Yeah, false alarm on Charlie Peters. Boys, he's back on the ground. Looks fine.
Thank you, Besto. You keep us updated on the boundary. Thanks to Tom and Brothers. Gets hit out again by Garner. It's just a lot of stoppages, but eventually now South Belgrave get a moving kick, and that is nothing kick. It's nearly bounced on someone's car. It actually did. And it
wasn't yours, Ryan, was it?
No, mine's down at the. You can see it with all the Mitcham boys on it.
Now, I'd just like to see this movement. Someone make a dash from the goal square. Try and open up that forward line rather than just, because if you bomb it in there, the chances of your teammate marking it are almost zero.
And they've got to sort of even this quarter. At the end of the quarter, they have to be on level pegging, because obviously South Belgrave will be going this way in the third quarter as Mitcham send it into the hot spot. Big fly there by Lovell. Mark not taken, ball hits the ground. They're dangerous. This is where their small forwards get involved. But we'll get a ball up here.
I don't have a problem with that kick because it was kicked and the pack had to move forward for it. It's a kick that comes to the pack and you're underneath it. That's the one.
South Belgrave, there's a chance there to give away a free kick to Lovell. As the tapped out here for South Belgrave. Now through the hands of Kidd, will look to escape, but that kick looks to be out on the bounds on the full, but it was touched. So it will be a boundary throw in here on the far side, just past the arc. The 45-metre arc here at Mitcham, as it's well known. They trail the Tigers by 19 points, coming up to 10 minutes gone in this second term. Thanks to the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as Garner snaps it on the boot forward. It could be out here. The Tigers wrap their opponent up in the tackle, but it falls out to Brown. And now inside 50, Garner, one-on-one, takes the mark.
Hard to beat there.
And he was in front position. It's always going to be hard there for his opponent. And he will have a set shot on goal, looking for goal number 3. And to give the Saints a very handy 25-point lead. He's been impressive too. And that's the transition coming off the back there. They caught him out.
Just looking at the flag, it's dead still, so the wind's not a problem.
Well, it's a perfect chance here for Damien Garner, looking for goal number 3 of the afternoon. It's a beautiful kick. He likes it. South Belgrave have their 6-10-46 lead. Mitcham 3-3-21. 10.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard of this second quarter.
They're very hard to match up on the Garner boys. But, they get amongst the goals each week. They're great kicks, they're great marks, and they're very hard matchup.
Great response there by South Belgrave against the runner play. That was only their second inside 50 this quarter, but from both inside 50s, they've kicked 2 goals, while Mitcham have had the 7 inside 50s.
So,
really will be who uses that end of the ground more efficiently.
So the umpire will throw it up. Garner, and I think Lovell in the ruck there, and eventually the ball will get thrown up. Yes, it is Lovell. So Mitcham now swap the ruck duo around. So Lovell will now be in the ruck on your radio screen. If you're listening on 98.1, of course on the streams of Facebook and YouTube, wherever you're watching around today. Again, good handball, good chain of handballs there by South Belgrave. A short kick. Eventually Garner couldn't mark that. And I think there's going to be a high tackle. It is. I think that's going to Cherry. It is. So, and eventually it's going to go 25. Not needed there. Definitely not needed.
Tackle from behind before the umpire called play on.
So it's a downfield free kick going
It was the
to
umpire off the ball, but he was closest to the incident.
Smythe. Yeah, that's Smythe. Yep. Oh no, it's going to Cherry. Bit of pass the parcel going around here. So as Cherry, he can line up. He's been solid all day today. This is a huge goal for the Tigers to get it back down to 19 points. As Cherry lines up, kick, it's on its way, and it's going to go to the right. So it's Brufro behind. That moves the score to Mitcham 3-4-22 to South Belgrave 6-10-46. We are now 12 and a bit minutes into the second quarter.
So South Belgrave here to exit their back half, goes long towards the opposite wing. Ball hits the ground and a tackle there laid will result in a ball up. On the far side, just on the Mitcham 45 arc, the Tigers, as we said, trail by 24 points. 4 goals, 10 in the first quarter for South Belgrave. If you just joined us, a kick inside 50 for the Tigers is a turnover. And a chance now for South Belgrave through Nuku. A good inset mark. Again, similar sort of kick, just sends it long down the wing. They can get a mark here, punched forward by the Tigers, but falls into the hands there of Kidd, who sends it on the boot going forward. Turned over. Well done by Glossop to get hands to the ball. The South Belgrave now a chance. They go through Richards West going forward. And a tackle here by 2 South Belgrave players will result in a ball up.
Sorry, Ryan, he was better pinning then.
Yeah, he was, but the ball sort of just slipped out and
yeah.
into a hands of the South Belgrave players. We get a ball up here, now through Lovell. Thought about handballing, but decided to kick forward down the line, looking for a teammate there in Cowman. And it goes out of bounds there. We'll get a boundary throw in again. 13 and a half minutes gone in the second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. South Belgrave 6-10-46 to Mitcham 3-4-22. Ball brought back into play. What can the Tigers do? They need a couple more in this quarter to sort of even things up. But a chance here in the middle of the ground. South Belgrave have got some numbers. Had to do there well was the Tigers. Well done by Hoax, who got it going forward. And the mark taken, though, by South Belgrave.
Ryan.
And a chance here for Ryan to go long down the line. He'll go inside 50. Mark taken. Strong hands. And a great chance here. Richards West. Not sure if he wants to go for the goal. He's pointed at the goal, so he's going to go back from just past the 45-metre line. Be a tough kick, but as Ray's mentioned, the wind has sort of died down, so if he can just get that accuracy, might be a chance here. Richard West, for he's first of the game. It's not a bad-looking kick, but it's just to the right. So a minor score. 6-11-47 South Belgrave to Mitcham 3-4-22. Coming up to 15 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank
Tell you
scoreboard.
what, that's a great name, isn't it? Spencer Richards West.
Not bad, is it?
Nah.
So Mitcham now need to regroup here, or the margin could get out of hand. Long straight kick inside the broadcast. Lovell flies, then take it. And eventually,
he had enough of that.
Yeah, I think he did too there, Ray. Good call there. Yeah. Umpire Ray Baird here. Let's go boundary side.
Nah, not as good as the best name in the EFNL, boys. Yaron Jeff Williams. That takes the cake for mine.
Thanks, Besto. Thanks to Tobin Brothers on the boundary. And eventually he's going to get a hold of the man. Free kick. It's going to go to Mitcham. I think that was
Sam Carney.
Yep, Sam Carney. So Carney kicks it down to the Lovell direction. He flies. Great mark taken, but it's going to be a push. It's going to go to South Belgrave. You wouldn't believe it. I thought that was the mark, but that's 25. You can't do that, boy. It's going to go to Peters. I think it is 16. Oh no, Bringinshaw. Sorry. So Bringinshaw lines up down deep to the Garner direction. Eventually couldn't get there. Mitcham, South Belgrave got all the numbers. Handball there taken around the corner. If you don't mind, it's a goal.
I think it was touch.
Oh, it's touch. I just had that split second when no one was doing anything except for the go umpire. So it moves through a 4 behind. It moves the score to South Belgrave 6-12-48 to Mitcham 3-4-22. We're about 16 minutes into the second quarter.
So Mitcham send it out of their back half. Hallow there punches it forward. He might be able to run onto this too. He soccers it off the ground, and now it's inside 50. A chance here for the Tigers. Picked up well there by the Ryan Silver. And in the middle of the ground now. Chance for the Saints. Well tackled. And Cherry again will earn himself a free kick.
He's been everywhere.
He's been the Tigers' probably best player so far. I don't believe that was actually, I think that was a kick inside 50 to Lachlan. I don't think that was Cherry in the end. But a shot on goal here and a must kick for the Tigers. They trail by 26 points. This would bring them back to a 20-point margin.
I think that was May, maybe.
Got a few look similar with the buns.
No, it was Cherry.
It was Cherry?
19,
yeah.
Yep.
So a chance here for the Tigers. Must kick goal. We're almost coming up to the 20-minute mark of this second term. They trail by 26 points. Coming in. It's had a good start to the season, Guy Lachlan. A slow approach. He'll be about 35 out on a bit of an angle. And the kick is to the left. So a minor score, 3-5-23. Mitcham, South Belgrave 6-12-48. Coming up to the 18th-minute mark of the second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And
Just
Mitcham,
around the grounds.
Mitcham have kicked 2 goals 3 to 2 goals 1 this quarter.
They need a bit more effort there.
So Ryan kicks the ball. And eventually trying to get the numbers going forward again. There's plenty of white there. Good handball, good chain, good handball by Garner. Another Garner. Garner picks up the ball. Good handball. That was Wine. Wine, a short kick. And eventually good stuff there. I think that was Peranti. Eventually now kicks the ball deep inside. Mitcham are out here if this can try and get out. But eventually, again, it's just been all white this quarter. So eventually, nice kick there. Who's going to fly? And it's Garner, I think it is. Yeah. Yes, it is. It is Garner. And it's going to Garner. Yeah. So Garner can now line up for his 4th goal and his 2nd for the quarter.
Well, yeah, certainly Glossop thought he had a good hand on that, but mark taken. I actually don't think that was a mark.
I think it was a free kick, a hold.
No, he's paid the mark.
Paid the mark.
Okay.
I think they may
Garner
have got lucky.
In front, so he paid the mark.
Yeah. So Garner now for his 4th goal of the day and his 2nd for the quarter. Can line up and kick South Belgrave 7 for the day. No worries. And that is South Belgrave 7 for the day. Moves the score to 7-12-54 to Mitcham 3-5-23. We are now approaching the time on stage as we are now 19 minutes in on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just around the grounds quickly, Scoresby 8-5-53 lead Nuttawading 4-3-27. Heathmont have a 2-goal lead over the Waverley Blues. And Upper Ferntree Gully 5-1-31 lead the Basin 3-7-25 in the early stages there. But as we said, Ray, there's certainly not necessarily a breeze, but it's been the scoring end down at the scoreboard end, and Mitcham haven't used that this quarter.
No, they haven't. And they've got to try and get another 1 or 2 at least this quarter. Otherwise, they're going to have the hard work after the break.
Certainly right. So here's the chance now for the Tigers. This kick was smothered there by Garner. Kick falls short. Now chance through the Tigers here. And they go inside the middle of the ground, and it's a turnover kick there from Horsey.
That's a real strong mark.
And again, Wine.
It's a ball up.
I thought Wine took that.
Yeah, I did too.
So I was touch off the boot there as Garner kicks it forward out of the ruck contest. Mitcham do well to soccer it right towards the boundary line, out of bounds in front of Halo.
Umpire Lee there next to us.
He doesn't miss much.
Yep. Same as Bruce when he was here as well. So the cameraman know what's up.
They certainly do. As the ball brought back into play, coming up to 20 minutes gone in this second quarter. Mitcham need a goal very quickly before this game falls out of their reach. They trail by 29 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 7-12-54 to Mitcham 3-5-23. So the ball up here, Garner just used his body well, but his kick was smothered. Chance here for Pruden towards the boundary line, and it rolls out of bounds. So there will be a boundary throw in. And it's been a strong response here from South Belgrave. The challenge early in this second quarter, but have been able to kick a few goals of their own to stretch out that lead again.
So Belava gets kicked as he shrugs off Garner. Eventually, oh, great mark. That's level. Is that level? 47, that's Dominic Howe. So Dominic now can steady the ship here. Again, we don't want the margin getting out. It's a 29-point lead at the moment.
Well, the last set shot by Guy Lachlan missed it quite badly, so this is just essential. Just have to kick it.
So Dominic Howe lines up, and that is that's
stabbed at it.
Yep.
I reckon they've missed three from that same spot, and they're all kickable.
So that moves the score now to Mitcham 3-6-24 to South Belgrave 7-12-54. We are now in the time on with 22 minutes.
So here goes South Belgrave. They exit their back 50 in the direction of Garner. A big fly out the back, couldn't quite take it. And there's Brown, passes it off, and now they're off to Peters. Couldn't quite get it though. There's a ball falls down to the ground and a free kick awarded here towards Mitcham. No advantage paid, so it'll be coming back through Carney. Need one late. Carney gets past his opponent just and sends it inside 50 over the top of his intended target. Out the back here now for the South Belgrave is Nuku, who sends it into the direction of Garner. Traps it well and kicks it down the line. Winds there in the middle of the ground, but it's turned over with Carney picking up for the Tigers. Off to Hallow. Jackson Hallow sends it down the line, and a good mark there taken by Fulton. He'll send it inside 50 for the Tigers into a good position, almost taken by Lovell. Out the back was Cowman, couldn't quite grab it in, as we might get a ball up here if Nuku can't get rid of it. 23 and a half minutes gone. South Belgrave 7-12-54 lead the Tigers 3-6-24 in this second quarter. Tapped in the ruck there. Chance for South Belgrave to exit, but the kick was smothered. Now the Tigers go deep inside their forward 50, but it rolls out of bounds.
Need 2 goals here before half-time, I reckon, Mitcham.
Yeah, a 5-goal lead from South Belgrave would really make it tough for the Tigers. Certainly had some opportunity this quarter. They've looked a lot better going forward, but haven't been able to result in kicking a couple more goals. As the ball wrapped up for another ball up.
But you look at the two forward lines. When South Belgrave were kicking this way, the forward line was open. But look how many players are around that ball up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as South Belgrave send it out of their back half. Tigers, 3 of them fly, but no one was able to take the mark. Punched away. Now a chance to the Saints here. Gets the handball forward. Baglava cuts it off, passes it off. And the short kick, though, cut off. And then the don't argue there by Bartels. As the ball goes out of bounds, and we'll get a free kick here to May. He'll pass it off to his teammate there in Kogel.
So Kogel can set it up deep inside the wing. Eventually no one flies, but it's
free kick paid.
Nah, ball up. So the umpire will ball up on the corner of the 50 and the square. Throws it up, good fist there. Halo trying to get, and eventually the Tigers can try to prevent something here, but nothing happening, and it would just go out of bounds. Nearly on the coach side there. Great sponsors, of course, of the Mitcham Footy Club. So the umpire throw it in near the boundary. The other wing, it's going to be a free kick going to the Mitcham way.
Against Garner.
It's Baglava. So Baglava now, can he do something to prevent a score to Mitcham? So Baglava, big, strong looking kick deep inside the forward 50. Who will fly? Eventually couldn't get there. Good chain of handball again. And eventually now South Belgrave got the numbers yet again. They look out here. Garner, I think that was. Yes, it was. Tries to pick it up, but eventually, Mitcham Halo now. Kicks a short one to Baglava, who takes a good mark. The big fella kicks it down deep inside the 450. Who's going to fly? Eventually, South Belgrave have got on the numbers and they spoiled up through. And it will be a boundary throw-in again near the past players and officials.
Ray, the boundary throw-in is probably a good result for him, but again, it was a 3-on-1 contest, so Mitcham were never going to be able to take a mark there.
Look, but even though it's a boundary throw-in, they've got to set up, and they're not doing that.
Well, here's a chance through Hallow. Grabbed it and was caught right away, so we'll get another ball up. Coming up to the 27-minute mark of this second quarter. It's a 5-goal South Belgrave lead. In the ruck there, Garner kicked forward by the Tigers. They keep edging their way towards goal, but nothing able to make out of this. There's just so many players around the contest. As Duvalin is wrapped up in another tackle, and South Belgrave will be happy just to keep them scoreless here for the next couple of minutes, even if they don't score themselves, as Garner gets his tap out, and now they could be out. The handball towards Brown, taps it forward, very smart, but it's cut off by the Tigers, and they go inside 50 to no one, and it's a turnover right into the hands of Ryan Silver, taking the mark in the back pocket for South Belgrave, and his kick.
That's a shocker.
He's in a great one. It's right out of bounds on the full. And the Tigers, again, will have another chance. We'll go to the inside 50 soon from Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre. They've had quite a lot up towards the hot spot. No one really is able to get a clean grab on it. The handball there by Garner doesn't go too far. And the ball here will get caught up, and we'll get another ball up as we go to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Inside 50s this quarter, 15-6 in favour of Mitcham.
So they've certainly had their opportunities, especially in this last 5 minutes. Just need a goal. Here's a chance through the hands. Almost there. Fulton had a chance, but it was smothered. And
They're just being crowded out. They just cannot get the ball at Mitcham. They're just crowded out by South Belgrave.
Yeah, and they sort of, it's almost like you're banking on needing a free kick from the contest here to really be able to score. So Garner, no one else goes up. He punches it towards his teammate there in Nuku. And once again, out of bounds, and we'll get another boundary throw in. 28.5 minutes gone in this second quarter. South Belgrave lead by 5 goals on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So we're at the boundary again at the pocket on the Mitcham end. 29 minutes gone. Good kick there by Wine. Eventually now Brown tries to get, and eventually it's going to go, it's a fall up, no, throw in. Mitcham, where the crowd were definitely going to, but they didn't get the umpire's attention. So the boundary umpire throws it in. Garner and Baglava. Baglava gets a short kick here. Who's going to try and get something going for Mitcham? Ball gets looked after. Plenty of yellow and black as they kick the ball. Great kick. That's a great kick. That was to Lucas, I think that was. Lucas kicks short. Push there. Yep, push. Yep. Free kick.
Play on advantage, is it?
And it's a goal. It's a goal either way. That's going to go to Laughlin, I think that is.
It's not. They're not paying the advantage, so it'll be a set shot on goal here.
Set shot. So I think that was Laughlin.
The free kick count in this quarter, in this game, boys, is 14-7 in favour of Mitcham, and in this quarter is 7-3-2.
Well, here's a chance. He had a poor miss before in front of goal.
They really
Laughlin.
need this here, don't they?
They wanted the advantage badly then, because they know they've missed a few chances from the set shots this quarter.
So Laughlin now on an angle, but a little one. This might go right to left here. As Laughlin lines up. Kick it's on its way. It's a goal. As he tries and gets the Tigers faithful up and about. That moves the score to 4-6-30 to South Belgrave, 7-12-54. We are just now 30 minutes in this second quarter, approaching halftime.
Keeps a minute, Ray. They needed at least one more to get it
one more
from that 5-goal margin.
I just don't know why the umpire didn't pay advantage, because they've paid it in the midfield 2 or 3 times earlier, and he kicked the goal, but they're in control.
So
then another one to Mitcham now, and that really would put them back in it, but it's been a long time coming. We won't bank on it.
Absolutely. So back in the middle now, Garner and Baglava. South Belgrave get the kick going forward, but it's cut off here, and a chance now for Joshua May. Plays on right away. They want one more, but the kick is right in the hands of Ryan Silver, who's had a pretty good second quarter. Umpire tells him to play on. The kick's a poor one right in the middle of the ground. Cut off there by Carney. Carney to send him inside 50 again. The Tigers in front of Lachlan. Almost taken. He might just be able to pick it up. Ball hits the ground down. South Belgrave able to clear out of their defensive half. Kick towards Treeguard. Picks it up cleanly. The kicking board is a good one. Finds his target there. And now Charlie Peters can steady. Short kick back to the far wing. Under a bit of pressure in this last few minutes here in the second quarter, South Belgrave. And there's the siren for the half-time here at the Eastland match of the round. It is South Belgrave 7-12-54, leading the Tigers 4-6-30. The goal kickers, Damien Garner has 4, Bartels and Wine and Windsor, all with 1 each of South Belgrave. As for Mitcham, just the 3 goal kickers. Guy Lachlan has 2, Jackson Heller has 1, and Joshua May has 1. And that is it for half-time. It is South Belgrave, a 24-point lead in the Eastland match of the round.
Best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox.
And welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. It is half-time here at Walker Park. The Tigers trail South Belgrave 4-6-30 to 7-12-54. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League. Joined at half-time here by Jared Beanland and Paul Uconi, who's been in the Stats Centre. Jared, I'll start with you. You've been on the boundary today. I think it's been a almost one-sided game that South Belgrave has certainly looked the better side. Mitcham had a lot of opportunities in that second quarter. As Paul mentioned, with the inside 50s at one stage, it was about 15-6, but they couldn't quite hit their targets.
Yeah, it was very difficult for them to find those inside 50s. I think they just need to maybe not slow it down, just find a different path to goal, find a different route. They need more movement inside that forward 50 area as well, because it's becoming very easy for South Belgrave to just clog them up. And it was very evident during that last sort of like 5-10 minutes of that second quarter that South Belgrave were just on top defensively as well as offensively.
And they've moved the ball really well, South Belgrave, and certainly it does help when you've got that edge in the ruck with Damien Garner. Taylor. I've got Mitch. 3. I've gone through all 3 without mentioning Mitch. Mitch Garner in the ruck, who's been fantastic, and then resulting in a lot of goals for Damien Garner up forward, who's come back in the side, kicked the 4 goals, and he's probably just been the big difference is that without Jake Parenti in the side for Mitcham, which we saw last season, had that same sort of influence. Damien Garner's had that for the Saints.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Like Mitcham they've struggled to contain him. He's just very hard to sort of to match up on for any defender, I would imagine. So I think what Mitcham want to do is just stop it at the source. Like make sure they're not being cut up through the outside play from South Belgrave as much as they are, because that's really what's been hurting them, is that ball movement. Once South Belgrave usually seem to have +1, +2 players on the outside of the contest that can just sort of like chain those handballs up, and their delivery's been excellent. So a bit more pressure, a bit more work rate, as Neil Winterton said at quarter time, and a bit more voice in terms of letting people know who's in and who's out of the contest there for Mitcham. Those midfielders, they need to start putting a bit more body on as well.
Can you see him coming back, the Tigers? They've obviously had some chances, and this seems to be the scoring end of the ground. But being down there, I don't think there's any wind, is there?
No,
it doesn't favour that direction.
No, there's no. If there's any wind at any point, it's coming across the ground more so than anything else. But there's nothing, going one way or the other necessarily. I can see Mitcham get back into this, but it's going to take a huge effort from their midfield. They've got great players down there, Cherry and Lachlan, and
Cherry's been a great one in the
Cherry's
midfield.
Been
He's
fantastic.
Had plenty of the ball, been able to get inside 50s. We saw Jackson Halo get back into that game a little bit in that quarter. I thought Carney's had plenty of the ball as well. He's been pretty influential. They've had their chances. If they can and they do rely on those midfielders and those small forwards to kick a winning score most weeks, and especially without a Jake Parenti down there this year. So those are the guys that are probably going to have to really step up and hit the scoreboard. Lachlan's started to look a little more threatening. We saw him kick that last one, which was really important for him. Keeps it in at 24 points. So I certainly think they're within it, Paul, and you've got the stats in front of you. Just on that second quarter, did it look like Mitcham, from a statistical point of view, dominated it, or is it pretty even in the end?
Looking at it, they definitely dominated the inside 50s. The clearances, you could say, were pretty even, but that was in favour of Mitcham, 9-6. But other than that, the inside 50 marks, even though Mitcham had 11 more inside 50s, South Belgrave had 2 more marks inside 50. They had 4 marks to 2 inside 50. So that obviously says that they need to open up a bit more rather than just bombing it in and hoping for the best.
Yeah, they need a bit more movement in that forward
Yeah,
line, the
Tigers. I think you're right. That's certainly going to be interesting. See how they start in this third quarter. If South Belgrave kick the first couple, I think it's all done. Let's go have a look around the grounds at some of the scores happening here. We'll start in Premier Division. Baldwin 8-11-59 at halftime lead. Doncaster 3-2-20. Blackburn 11-5-71 lead. Park Orchards 5-3-33. Out at Seabeck Oval, East Ringwood were in front earlier, but now it is Roval 5-2-32 leading the Roos 4-2-26.
Such a good matchup, that one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Out at Cheon Park, bit of a surprise here. I just read this out. Vermont 9-6-60 lead South Croydon 4-6-30. You never know what you'll get from the Eagles each week, and that's a really impressive start from them. Haven't had an update from Noble Park for a while. They led 23-7. That's not updated. Doncaster East back in control at Serbia's Reserve. 8-3-51 to Berwick 4-3-27. We'll jump into Division 1. No update from Lilydale again. That was a problem last week. Out at Bayswater, 8-3-51 lead Croydon 4-6-30. So Blues could be in big trouble. That could be 1-5. Beaconsfield and Wanturna South playing out a thriller there out at Home Park Reserve. They trail the Devils by 1 point, 5-8-38 to 6-3-39. No update from Montrose there out at their 10-year anniversary celebration. Jumping into Division 2, Basin back in control now, 8-10-58 leading Upper Ferntree Gully, 5-1-31. Out at East Burwood, the Rams have a decent lead there, 9-9-63 to Knox, 3-2-20. Out at Templestowe, they lead the Dockers 4-4-28 to 2-6-18. A few of those have come from free kicks. Apparently their goals, Templestowe, but a really strong performance from them.
Yeah, that's
beating
impressive.
the ladder leaders. Could be a bit of an upset there. Ringwood now back in front against Mulgrave, 7-7-49 to 6-3-39.
Will my roughy tip up?
There you
Mulgrave,
go, the Super Boost roughie of the week. Out at Mount Waverley Reserve, Heathmont 6-2-38. Continue to improve and impress us, leading Waverley Blues 4-2-26. We'll jump into Division 3 now. Some interesting games there. Haven't had an update for a while out at Fair Park Reserve, but Coldstream 3 straight, 18 led Fair Park 1-2-8. Out at Whitehorse, It is Oakley District in front at halftime, 8-9, 57 to 8-5-53 in a close one there out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Sylvan, look at, they've had their opportunities. 5 goals, 10-40, trailed Donvale 10-2-62. While out at Wally 2 Reserve, it is Fenchurch Gully 9-6-60. Very comfortable over Warrandyte 2-4-16. And then finally in Division 4, it's been a one-sided contest between Surrey Park and Croydon North M-Lock. Surrey Park 14-9-93 lead Croydon North M-Lock 2-2-14, who have been badly affected by injuries. Churnside Park trailing Kilsyth by 20 points, 4-5-29 to the Cougars, 7-7-49. And then Scoresby 9-5-59 lead Nuttawading, who've been competitive, 4-3-27. So there's the scores around the grounds. Back to this game, if you've just tuned in on Radio Eastern 98.1, it is South Belgrave 7-12-54 leading the Tigers 4-6-30. Jared, your thoughts in the second half? How do the Tigers get back into this?
I think they might be able to break even for the next couple of quarters. I struggle to see how they're going to actually overcome this deficit, though. It would be really impressive for me if Mitcham were able to do that, and perhaps a season-defining game if they're able to. But I'd say it's South Belgrave from here for me.
And just an update there from Montrose. It is 13-8-86. Montrose leading North Ringwood 1-3-9. So a big lead there, and certainly a very should be a big night there at Montrose, celebrating their 2013 Premiership reunion out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Paul, your thoughts in the second half? Can you see a way the Tigers get back into it, or do you think it could be over pretty quickly in this third quarter?
Well, they need to get the first 2 or 3 goals in the third quarter, and when they have their opportunities in front of goal, they need to take them. And I know that's quite easy to say, but when they get their marks, when they get their opportunities from free kicks or whatever inside 50, they have to take them. So I think if South Belgrave get the first 2 goals, I reckon it's going to be a long way back. It is a long way back, but if they get the first 2 goals, I reckon South Belgrave, I reckon it's going to be a long way back for Mitcham.
Yeah, I think you're right. And an update at quarter time from Lilydale from their social pages. Murrelbuck 5-3-33 lead Lilydale 1-2-8. So there's my super boost.
Yeah.
Ruffy of the week in trouble. We're going to be back after the break here for the Eastland match of the round. Second half, the Tigers have got a bit of work to do. At half-time, they trail 4-6-30 to South Belgrave, 7-12-54. It's Damien Garner who's led the way with the 4 goals for the Saints. When we're back after the break, we'll bring the core team back on the ground for a big second half here for the match of the round out at Walker Park.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park for the Eastland Match of the Round between Mitcham and South Belgrave, and we'll go boundary side to Brett Beston here.
Thanks, boys. I've got Luke Galliot, the South Belgrave coach. Luke, you'd be pretty happy with what you've seen so far?
Yeah, no, definitely. I had a good feeling all week we were going to sort of start well, and it's probably, to be honest, the first quarter is probably as well as we played all year. So that was probably even over and above my expectations. But they sort of found a way to work themselves back into the contest. Certainly around stoppage and contest, they sort of got on top at times and had it in their forward half, I guess. And we were sort of up against it to stay sort of keep afloat, but we sort of found a way to score it back the other way. So it was, really good half of footy from our percent.
And you've certainly had no problems getting the ball through the big sticks. Of course, the two big boys are out, but you've managed to get around that with the other Ghana.
Yeah, Dimmer's playing fantastic. Better than probably I expected off a 5 or 6 week hamstring. So, wrap for him the way he's going. But I think the other guys are sort of just bringing really strong pressure around the contest. When the ball hits the ground, they're just trying to get it our way anyway. And it's just really good stuff to see so far.
And just really quickly, what was the message at halftime going forward?
Just keep doing what we're doing. Just keep bringing effort and stoppage and contest, and trying to win it and get it going our way anyway. Certainly down the hill, we need to sort of keep the scoreboard ticking over and make sure we're the lead's more than it is at the moment, I guess.
Excellent. Thanks, Luke.
Thanks there to Brett Beston on the boundary side with Luke Galliot as the third quarter underway. South Belgrave, their clearance brings them closer to goal just outside their forward 45. As the ball will be brought back for another ball up. They lead by 24 points if you've just joined us. I had 4 goals, 10 in that first quarter. Probably should have been further up as Mitcham have given away a free kick, or no, they've earned themselves a free kick here. No, it is a South Belgrave free kick. So Garner will take it. Taylor Garner. Damien Garner. I've said all three before. Mitch Garner,
the one with the ball.
Mitch Garner has the ball.
Yes.
Taylor Garner on the sidelines as Mitch Garner sends it inside 50. Big fly there by the other Garner, and Damien Garner as the ball goes out the back. Mitcham to mop up. A chance here. They send it outside Hoeks to a 1-on-2 contest, and doing well there was Tom Lovell. Quickly passes it off to Duvalin. Had a strong start to the year coming to the club. He goes down the line towards the middle of the ground and wrapped up in a big tackle there. Well done there by Josh Fulton. We'll get a ball up in the middle. 1.5 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They need a quick start, the Tigers, if they're to get back into this game. Tapped here by South Belgrave, sending it inside 50 was Kidd. And a mark taken by the Tigers, did very well. And they've got to stand under a lot of pressure here, Elms, to retreat. Sends it down the line again. They've wrapped up in a tackle there, was Bailey Cowan. So another ball up on the wing.
On the other side wing now, Garner gets a tap. And eventually now Lovell gets the ball again, moving for Mitcham. Push on the side then, no call. And eventually it's going to go to South Belgrave. I think that was Peters. He's been solid all day. Great kick there. Eventually now South Belgrave can look and retreat, but eventually gets taken away. Good mark there taken there. That was Messenger. So Messenger kicks it down deep inside the forward, and that's a shocking kick. Great mark taken there by Silva. Silva gets a forward-looking kick. Great mark there taken by Nuku. Nuku now kicks the ball to the Brown direction. Brown, great mark, but it's going to be a push. So it's going to be a free kick to Nicholas. Nicholas, a short kick. Oh, again, that's rubbish. The Kidd now Plays on, looking for a Garner, and a Garner. That was again Damien, and eventually the ball goes out of bounds.
Tiger player hit down. I don't know if that was from that contest there, but he seems to be getting up and looking okay.
So boundary throws it in. Boundary umpire throws it in. Good punch there. And eventually the ball gets kicked away onto the other side wing, and eventually the ball will go out of bounds, and there'll be a boundary throwing 3 minutes in to this third quarter. They call it the premiership quarter, the third quarter. So hopefully they can light up the Tigers. The next goal is crucial for them if they want to stay in this game. Umpire throws up Lovell and Garner. Garner gets a hit out. And eventually now Tigers can kick the ball going forward. Eventually the ball gets spoiled, but eventually Mitcham's got all the numbers. But again, no one is there. But eventually South Belgrave will try get it out, but eventually it'll be a boundary throw in.
Have they moved back Lava there to try, sort of give him another option up forward and maybe be able to take a couple marks?
Yeah, maybe. He has to try something, but there's been an improvement around the stoppages for Mitcham in this quarter. South Belgrave aren't getting the ball out of the stoppages as easy as they were in the first half.
Yeah, they've certainly improved in that area of the ground as Garner, the quick kick out from the ruck, turns it over. And the Tigers now will send it back inside 50 as they did a lot of times in the second quarter. Big fly! Strong hands there. And Bailey Cowman, a great mark and a chance here for the Tigers first of the third quarter, one they really need.
And that was a fantastic kick from whoever kicked that in from out there on the wing. That went a long way.
So Cowman, big mark there from behind. Has a chance for the Tigers first of the third quarter. They trail by 24 points. Has come across to the club this season. This would be very timely. Cowman comes in. Good looking kick. You'll hear the roar from behind the goals if he kicks it, and that was a behind. Thought I heard the boys get up there. So we go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, that was Oscar Messenger who kicked it in there, making up for the one that was intercepted earlier by Ryan Silver.
Thank you, Jared. 4-7-31 the Tigers trail South Belgrave 7-12-54.
Ryan kicks it onto the other side wing. Good fly there. South Belgrave again for all the numbers. Brown kicks the ball deep inside the 450, but looks like it's going to get marked. It is taken. So they're going to try and round it up to Halo. Halo now, short kick to the Laughlin direction. Marks that. Good mark there. Messenger. And Messenger might need to mess that because Nuku's picked that one up. Nuku kicks it inside. He's got a big punch there. A lot of yellow and black circling around this footy, but eventually it will get thrown up.
Good passage of play, and then they turn the ball over and spoil all the good work.
I know, they looked really good moving the ball up until that last kick.
The way Mitcham were coming out of defence, it looked good until they turned it over.
So Garner gets kicked to Laughlin. Laughlin handballs, so that was Wind. Wind kicks the ball, and eventually it will go out of bounds. On the pocket of Mitcham's goal. A bit of tussle going on here.
Free kick awarded here in the middle, I think. It is on down here. It's
kicking off.
And there is a full-on pack. I can't see who's on the bottom, but I don't know if we caught that on camera as we go boundary side, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, so that was... just lost who it was, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. It's going to take a bit of time to break this all up. I have no idea where that started from. I know Jackson Haller's in there, and a free kick will be awarded one way. I think it's going in the Tigers' direction.
Yeah, sorry. Daniel Wind was hit behind play, and then someone came in, remonstrated with the person who hit him, and that's where it all kicked off.
Because it is right now a free kick here to Cherry.
Are they trying to...
I don't know what happened there, but certainly fired everyone up as the kick from Cherry hits a target here in Lovell. And you can hear the banging. It's certainly there's a South Belgrave player down behind players. Lovell goes forward and finds his target. Here's a chance now for the Tigers. Baglava got Smythe open. He'll run onto this big fly. Big mark from Smythe. Jesse Smythe. A great mark there as we quickly go boundary side to Brett Beston.
Yeah, really quickly, boys. It's Wind that's come off. I believe he got a whack from Halo, so a little bit of feeling still down here.
So Jesse Smythe, a big mark. Just needs to capitalise with a goal, though, too. This would be big for the Tigers, and it just misses to the left.
That would
That's a letdown. 4-8-32 to South Belgrave, 7-12-54. 8 minutes gone in the third quarter.
If they got those 2 goals, that would have been a dream start for Mitcham in this third quarter.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. They've missed those opportunities. Just need to take them. I think it'll be one goal here would fire them up.
Yep. Anyway, the pressure's definitely up and about. And Elms kicks it inside the forward 50 of the Tigers. Great mark taken.
Ryan Silver again has had a big game this afternoon.
Solid all day. As he kicks to Nuku. Nuku, they're out here, South Belgrave. This goes out. Great kick there to Hards.
Open man too.
Hards, small kick. In more numbers. And it's going to go through for a behind. The crowd's getting lively down here at Walker Park.
Just credit there to Jackson Glossop, who didn't quite get the tackle, but the chase down certainly made him pressure the kick. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it is South Belgrave now, 7-13-55, leading Mitcham 4-8-32, 23-point margin. But there's a bit in this game. The Tigers get the first of this third quarter. It's on. Couldn't quite take it their level. Garner instead got it. The handball out went nowhere, and it'll be a ball up right in front of us, right in front of the grandstand. The Tiger faithful starting to get a bit louder. As we get a ball up here, 9.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. No one's yet to kick a goal. Brown taps it forward towards their forward 45, and it rolls out of bounds. And they do look a little better, Mitcham. They just got to finish that polishing touches up forward. Ball brought back into play. Now here's a chance. Gordon a tackle, and it's a high free kick here. Peters will get it. I thought the first tackle was all right, but whoever came over the top had
was too high.
Yeah, had the high tackle. So Charlie Peters from outside 45. Be a tough kick from this far out. Slight angle as well. Plays on and is smothered, and now it's turned over. Mark taken there by Mitcham, but he's got to play on and just kicks it down the line. Cowman under it, under a lot of pressure. No one takes the mark out the back here. They could be on if they can kick it forward there through Fulton. Picking up now, South Belgrave. Peters almost got in there, grabbing it now. There's the Tigers through Joshua Duvalin. And then they'll ball up, and there's a lot of feeling in this game, Ray-Bad.
There is, and Neil Winton to be happy. Not that they haven't hit the scoreboard, but at least they're showing a bit of endeavour.
They certainly have to.
So Garner and Lovell. Garner gets a hit out. There's a holding the ball, free kick. Advantage is called, I think. No.
It's going to come back again.
It's going to come back to Lovell.
Again, should that be advantage? I don't know.
No, not sure. Anyway, Lovell. Good hit it. Tigers could be out here. Nice, strong kick there. That's Hawks, I think that's the name. And eventually South Belgrave will have the numbers and it'll be a ball up. That was a good passage of ball. Good passage of play there as we go boundary side to Jared Beelan, thanks to Tobin Brothers Brynjolfs.
I believe Huey is the way you pronounce 37's name.
Huox? Or
I think the X
Huey.
is silent.
Yeah. Garner gets a hit out. I think that was Kidd. Kidd got the kick. And eventually now it'll be a ball up.
One thing I've liked about this quarter from the Tigers is their pressure, their tackle pressure. Intensity has lifted.
Yep, they have.
It's on again.
Oh, you've. I thought, he did play that up. Did Richards West, but he did earn himself a free kick there. Thought he was lucky. As we go branch side, Brett Beston quickly.
Yeah, Daniel Wine's back on, boys, and I tell you what, it's getting very hot down here, and there could be a yellow card or two.
There's a chance now because Brown, the snap on goal, he knows he's dangerous in that area of the ground, but it is a behind. Sorry, Besso.
I was just going to say there's a lot of feeling down here, and some of these guys are going to have to watch it because otherwise the yellow cards will be out.
Yeah, it's certainly starting to get to that point in the game.
Boundary.
There's Jared Beanlin on boundary side, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
It's all happening down here. Sam Kugel's coming off. It looks like he might have hurt his back there in that contest. He was left behind play, clutching something or other.
Thanks, boys. Just keep an eye on that one. Is the behind there for the Saints, 7-14-56. Still lead Mitcham 4-8-32. 12.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. No goals kicked in it.
Big strong looking kick. Lovell flies, gets it, marks.
Big game from him. He stood up.
So Lovell, big strong kick. Who will fly, but eventually Windsor gets the kick, kicks it back down to Garner, and a push. Yep, It was there. It was there.
He knew it too. He knew it.
Short kick. Tigers, they just look, the pressure looks like it's gone their way. So Devala now kicks it inside the other boundary side, but the ball, and it's a higher tackle.
But it's been a good response though from South Belgrave, that they've under a lot of pressure, but just haven't been able to.
Short kick into Garner. That was Mitchell. So Mitch Garner, and hopefully line up and kick this.
And this against the play would really hurt the Tigers.
It would.
Because they've had their chances.
They've done all the hard work, and So Mitch Garner now to put the margin to 30 points if he can kick this goal. So Garner, Mitch can go back. Kicks on its way. It's there. And it's a goal. That puts South Belgrave into a 30-point lead down here at Walker Park. It's Mitcham 4-8-32 to South Belgrave 8-14-62. We're
And
now
you-
14 minutes into the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And as you said, Ryan, that one really hurt Mitcham because they'd done a lot of good work since half-time and looked like they were getting back in the contest, but they missed probably 3 easy shots that they should have scored goals, and it goes back down the other end and South Belgrave score a goal.
So the Saints, undefeated after 5 rounds, they lead Mitcham here 8-14-62 to 4-8-32. Free kick given towards the Tigers here in the middle of the ground. Played on immediately, did Baglava. Goes inside 50, looking for a target. In front there, couldn't quite take the mark, was Lovell. Instead, South Belgrave are able to mop it up, and they send it down the line. There will be a free kick here. An advantage play on downfield. Bartels now inside 50 for the Saints, and Mark almost juggled, taken by Garner. Looking for goal number 5, Damien. And did very well to control it. And
Let's hope he's learnt the lesson from his brother kicking the last one.
well, they can really open this game up now, South Belgrave. You can just see it happening. They lead by 30 points. And this would make it very tough for the Tigers. His brother just kicked the last goal. And this for a 36-point lead coming back. Not quite, just a minor score. 8-15-63 South Belgrave. Mitcham 4-8-32. 15.5 minutes gone in this third quarter as we go boundary side. Thanks to Tobin Brothers, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Sam Kugel's just come back into the ground, so that back just looked like it was a bit sore after that contest. No real trouble there, thankfully.
Thanks, Jared, for keeping an eye on that.
Paul, inside 50s this quarter. You got those?
The inside 50s this quarter, 5 apiece.
So long kick, turnover. That's going to Bartels. So Bartels now, he's fancying himself here, the young man. So Sean Bartels here can go back and put the margin to a 37-point lead. Kicks on its way, and it's going to go. It's a goal.
Touched on the line.
Yeah, just a celebration from the South.
They liked it. They liked it.
Faithful.
It was a good effort too.
So the score moves to Mitcham 4-8-32 to South Belgrave 8-16-64. We're now going 16 minutes into the third quarter.
So the Tigers, what can they do here? They need a response. Taking the mark there, Sam Kugel. Out at half back, the kick inbounds, a dangerous one. Does hit his target, now they're off. In the middle of the ground, they've got a player open here. That's Cherry, passes it off to Duvalin and out to Cowman, who can take the mark inside 50. It's Parenti, Mark Parenti. They both got the tats that I saw. That's what I went with. There's Mark Parenti, a must kick, experienced player here for the Tigers. They trail by 32 points. They've already missed a couple set shots this quarter. You hear the boos from the South Belgrave fans right in front of us on the grandstand. As they come in now, plays on, and the kick's just a shank into the middle of the square. The mark taken there by South Belgrave, and they just haven't been able to kick their shots in front of goal as they link up. Now on the far side on the boundary line, 18 minutes gone in this third quarter. It's a 32-point South Belgrave lead.
Short kick there. Eventually, South Belgrave get a short kick going here. This is better. Garner. That was Mitch. But eventually gets the ball kicked there. And great mark taken. I think that was May. So May deep inside. Great mark taken there. That was Smythe. Smythe for short kick. And pushing the back. Yep. High tackle. Yep. It was there. So Lovell.
And that's got to be 25. So chance out now, Lovell, for a shot on goal, Blake.
Indeed, but he's going to be right on the 45. So
He's a good kick of the footy.
He is a good kick. So
I don't think he wants
I think
to.
Smythe was going to go for a handball then, but I don't think Lovell saw that. So Lovell can go back. A short kick, there it is. Straight to Laughlin.
Well, smart.
Yeah, bad checking by South Belgrave.
Yeah. So Laughlin now, he's already kicked 2 today. This could be his 3rd for the day.
Ray, how many times have we said must kick goal for Mitcham? But once again, it's a must kick goal.
Yeah.
So Laughlin can go back. So Laughlin. Slow approach. Goes back. And that's a shocker. Out of bounds on the full.
I felt that when he went to kick, all of a sudden he realised he was too close to the man on the mark.
Let's
Sort of
go.
pulled it.
Let's go. Bandage with Brett Reston.
He's back in the wars again. Daniel Wine, he's come off the ground. He was hobbling, so it looks like it might have been a different injury, but he's looking a little bit uncomfortable, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Big fly there over the top. No mark taken. As the ball cleared out for South Belgrave. Let's just try and get it going forward. Cut off now. And it's a chance for the Tigers. Back out to Lachlan. Passes off to Cherry. Cherry, the right boot, inside 50, bounces in a dangerous spot here for the Tigers. Here's Jesse Smythe, runs onto it. Loves the goal, does he, Jesse Smythe? And that's the one they needed. Mitcham kicked their 5th, 5-8-38. Trails South Belgrave, 8-16-64. 20 minutes gone on the Benny Gobank scoreboard. They needed that one, but they need another one because they're still a fair way behind, Raybed.
They certainly did, and if you analyse this quarter, their play in this quarter has been generally pretty good. The way they've moved the ball from the half-back line, they've got the ball into their forward 50, they've found options, but then up until this time, they've been let down by bad kicking.
You're absolutely right.
So that's a crucial goal there to Mitcham to put the margin back to 26 points, but they've been down all day. The usual ruckman of Garner and Glover. And eventually, he'll be out. South Belgrave will be, and eventually now gets tackled and it'll be a ball up. So, Mitch Garner going up against Glover. Garner was held there, but the umpire didn't see that one. And eventually gets handball there. Nice kick there by Kidd, deep inside the forward 50. Great. Oh, almost a mark taken there. Garner tackles. That looks, Oh, no, doesn't get pinned. And holding the ball now. It's going to South Belgrave. No,
Let's
Mitcham.
go Tigers' way.
Yep. Back to let's go Bendrishire with Jared Beelan. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Just quickly got word that Mark Parenti is out of the game with a hamstring injury.
Ooh,
I wonder if that was back from the
goal.
set shot.
Yeah. Anyway, Mitcham now got the numbers. Spoil there. And, great tackle there. But eventually Mitcham still had the numbers. Great handball. Gets the kick. And it's holding the ball. It's going to South Belgrave, though.
Brian Silver again.
Silver. He's been solid all day. It's been a real good defender. Great mark taken there.
The game's certainly hotted up since
Glossop.
half-time. It's tougher and they're playing better football. Both
Glossop
sides.
kicks to the Smythe direction, but Garner. That was Mitchell.
You're right, Ray. The pressure's certainly, the intensity is lifted. It's just been that finishing touches for Mitcham that's probably kept him behind. And South Belgrave too. They've missed some opportunities.
So Garner kicks to Pruden. Pruden a short kick to Richards West. That's I thought that was touch, but there'll be a ball up.
It must have come off the hands of.
The crowd's getting up and about. trying to get the umpire to give him a mark there. So same ruckman all day. Lava gets a hit out. And Cherry now has the ball, dropped it, but the umpire didn't see that one and it went out of bounds. The pressure has lifted so much this quarter. It's incredible.
So here we go. 23 and a half minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Tigers need another one if they're going to be in this at the last quarter. Here's a chance now for South Belgrave, though. The handball off to Hards. Couldn't quite pick it up. Wrapped up in a tackle. Just dropped it. Fell out of bounds. Fell out of his hands. Apologies. Handball there from the Tigers. Cut off. Now South Belgrave go inside 50. The whistle was blown. And a push in the back.
Mitcham.
The Tigers' way. And you can hear the South Belgrave fans in front of us don't like that at all. As the Tigers free kick here.
Just dumb
Riley
free kick.
Nicholas. They've got to get moving though. 23 and a half minutes, or 24 minutes gone in this quarter now. Strong hands there by Lovell. Been very good this afternoon. Won't be a long quarter with just the one goal or two goals kicked. Down the line. Mark not taken, falls into the hands of May. He's kicked towards goal. He comes back. How's the bend? And there's your Tobin Brothers goal today. Josh
That is a
May.
leg break if I've ever seen one. The way that ball bounced, it just perfect bounce for him.
It was like the bender, just bended.
And maybe that's a bit of luck that
Well, they
Mitcham
needed
needs.
something.
They needed something.
6-8-44 to South Belgrave. 8-16-64. Trail by 20 points. 24 and a half minutes gone in this third quarter. The game is alive.
Indeed.
Sticking in there.
20 points now. Next goal. This could be a ball game. We didn't say that at half time. So that was a nice bender there. It's a great man would say, Brian Taylor. Umpire throws the ball up again. And eventually now it'll be a high tackle and it's going to go to South Belgrave. So South Belgrave look to regroup to the Brown direction. Brown marks the ball. Brown kicks it to the Garner direction. Couldn't mark, been solid all day. Kick 4. And it's going to be, oh no, out in the full. And it's going to go to South Belgrave.
Would have been better just allowing a ball up there and a stop.
So Pruden now. So Pruden is on a tight angle here. Right on the bench of South Belgrave down here at Walker Park. Pruden. Oh, I thought that was coming
It looked
through.
like it had that same.
It did. Let's go boundary side to Brett Besson, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
He's been in the wars all day, but Daniel Winder's back on the ground, boys.
Jeez, he's been on off a fair bit. He's had a fantastic game, though. It's good to see him back out there. He's been an important player for the South Belgrave side as they lead by 21 points, coming up to the 26-minute mark of this third quarter. Down the line, the Tigers go. Big fly out the back, not taken. May there, who kicked the last goal, kicks it going forward. Something here for the Tigers. Lucas's kick just bounces on the line, so there will be a boundary throw in. Was very lucky there.
That's a nice fat line, isn't
That
it?
is, they've done that on purpose there, Mitcham.
It's about twice the width of a normal
I was going to
line.
say that is a very thick line. So they have a chance here late. There won't be too many minutes left on the clock. Ball brought back into play. Tap forward there, the Tigers. Well picked up by Nuku. Gets past one. Handballs it out to the running player. And he goes down the line to a one-on-one contest. A bit of holding there, but strong hands by Wind. And it looks like Glossop's hurt. He's holding his back there. Passed off right away. Now Peters hit as he kicked it in the direction of Garner in the pocket. And a chance for South Belgrave to respond here and send it back out to 27 points as Glossop looks to be hurt and very sore from that contest with Wind. But now let's focus on Damien Garner, who's kicked 4 already for goal number 5. On the pocket might almost be taken there, but it is out of bounds on the fall. Windsor would like to claim that, but that was certainly out of bounds. A short kick there by May. Finds his target, and they try and retreat. Cut off here by South Belgrave. Mitcham have got to be clean. Right on the boundary line here. And there's your three-quarter time siren. A bit of a response there from Mitcham. Certainly the intensity has risen from both sides. And at the last break here, South Belgrave 8-17-65 lead Mitcham 6-8-44. We'll go to the goal kickers, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just in that quarter we had Mitch Garner kicking one for South Belgrave, and for Mitcham also Josh May kicking a goal there in that quarter. But 2 goals to Laughlin, 4 goals to Garner, and individual goals to Bartel, Wind and Halo.
Thanks there, Blake. And it is a 21-point lead to South Belgrave here at the Eastland match of the round at Walker Park. We'll be back for the final quarter.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Walker Park. Mitcham trail South Belgrave at three-quarter time in this first versus second. Division 1 clash, 6-8-44 to South Belgrave, 8-17-65. Both sides have had some chances. I just didn't realise how inaccurate South Belgrave were to be 8-17. They probably could have had this game buried, but Mitcham have missed a few of their set shots too. But this game is still well and truly live. There's a bit of feeling in this one. Before we go down to the boundary side, we'll take a look at some of the results around the grounds. In Division 1, Montrose 14-12-96. Lead North Ringwood 1-2-8 there at three-quarter time. That's a big result there for the Demons. Lilydale 1-6-12 to Murrelbach 12-8-80. Murrelbach, that's a massive win there coming up for them. It is Bayswater. It looks to be home. 45 points up at three-quarter time over Croydon. Haven't had an update at Beaconsfield in this quarter yet. We'll jump into Premier Division. It is Vermont who's had a very impressive game so far. 40 points up against South Croydon. Balwyn are going to be home against Doncaster. Blackburn very comfortable over Park Orchards. East Ringwood back in front out at Seabeck Oval. 6-4-40 to the Hawks. 5-3-33. Doncaster East 10-12-72. Lead Berwick 5-3-33. Jumping into Division 2, the Basin 13-13, 91 lead Upper Ferntree Gully 8-4-52. 1 point ball game at three-quarter time at Jubilee Park. Ringwood lead 66-65. East Burwood still lead at three-quarter time over Knox. Heathmont with a 2-goal lead over Waverley Blues, and Baronia trailing by 1 point against Templestowe. Could be a bit of an upset there. Jumping into Division 4, Surrey Park 117 point leaders there. Scores will be very comfortable over Nuttawading. Kilsyth with a 25 point lead over Churnside Park. And then jumping into Division 3 quickly, Coldstream lead an inaccurate Fair Park side by 19 points. Sylvan 9-14-68 trail Donvale 18-5, 113. Ferntree Gully lead Warrandyte by 46 points. And then Whitehorse have a handy 16-point lead over Oakley District at the final break. Paul, in the stats centre, what did you see from that quarter there?
A lot of stats for...
We'll get up to you in a second as we go boundary side. Brett Beston.
Yeah, we've got, of course, Luke Galliot with me down here. Luke, you'd be pretty happy with that quarter. There was a lot of pushing and shoving and a bit of feeling, but you're just telling the boys just to stay out of it.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely. It's not the way we play footy, and we don't instigate that sort of stuff. And that's the way I've seen on the tape that they go about it, and I would have thought they would learn after 10 years under Winston, but it is what it is. So, yeah.
Any positional changes significantly for this quarter?
Not really. I'll probably just move Bryce Hards onto the footy. Just need to get a little bit more drive there. A couple of boys are a bit sore on the legs, so that's a probably subtle change. The rest we're just going to back our system in and hopefully have another quarter. And it's
more of the same.
More of the same.
Thanks, Luke. Cheers.
Thanks there to Brett Beston, the 2017 Clinton Gribus Award winner, doing a fantastic job there on the boundary line. As we tick into this last quarter, South Belgrave with a 21-point lead over Mitcham. Blake Tennant to take us away.
Garner and Lovell. Lovell gets a hit out straight to, I think that was Peters. Eventually Hoyaks gets tackled. Brown gets the handball off. And again, trying to, it's a bit of a scrap at the moment. Eventually Mitcham try to get it out. They get a handball going out. Good kick to Wafflin. Kicks a short one. Great mark taken there. Again, I think that was Elms, pretty sure. Elms kicks a short one. Baglava in there. And eventually gets tackled there. Yeah. And it's going to be a throw up. The umpire will throw it up. Or, yep.
I think this game, Raids, the first goal here to South Belgrave would probably put it past Mitcham, but Tigers get the first one. It's game on.
Yeah, if the Tigers get the first one, it's a start for them. But it's going to be a battle right to the end.
Yeah. And it's going to be another throw up in the forward 50. As Lachlan gets a kick away, again, snap around the corner, looks all right, but it's going to bounce out of bounds.
Boundary.
Yep, we're going to go boundary side with Jared Beelan.
Yeah, I was just in the Mitcham huddle with Neil Winterton. He was asking for focus on the game, a little bit less of the biff, no doubt. He was a little bit more calm than he was at quarter time. Probably wants his troops to follow suit as well. And I'll get back to you guys.
Here's a chance for the Tigers. Free kick, high tackle. Lachlan will have the set shot to bring this margin back to 15 points, which they haven't been that close for quite a while, Ray Baird.
Yeah, no, this is their chance to get back, and maybe a slight chance of winning the game even.
So let's see how they go with the set shots. They've been real hit and miss. Both sides have. Both sides have certainly missed some opportunities. But I think the Tigers' set shots have been easier that they've missed compared to South Belgrave's. Even though South Belgrave have an extra 9 points on the board. But important one here for Guy Lachlan.
He's got a longer run up than Matt Fody.
He certainly does as he comes in. Kick on its way. Goal number 3 to Lachlan, and the Tigers bring the margin back to 15 points. 7-8-50 to South Belgrave, 8-17-65. 2.5 minutes gone in this third quarter as we go boundary side. Joe Beanland.
Yeah, just to finish that message from Neil Winterton, he wanted them to be a bit more careful with their entries as it's been a little bit sporadic throughout the game. He noted that the voice was better as well out on the ground, which was a big criticism of his for them at quarter time. And also just an update on Jackson Glossop, who came off sore towards the end of that third quarter, he's just running, just going through some stretches and running it out on the boundary line. He looks a little ginger, but we'll see if he gets back out there. I'll keep an eye on that for you guys.
This is it. This is wearing the Tigers. Can they claw their way to winning this game? But I just think it's going to be a bit too much. I think South Belgrave have just done too much to get Mitcham over the line here. But they're coming. They're roaring their way through. So the umpire will throw it up. Lovell and Garner in the ruck. Lovell drags out the ruck. Good clearance here. Who will fly? A great mark taken there.
He's been so impressive, Silver.
Yep. He's definitely been a worker. And eventually South Belgrave can get that following kick. Great spoil. And it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw in. So umpire will throw the ball in. Gets a hit out. But again, it's been all white. South Belgrave eventually gets a great tackle there, but it's going to get dragged in. There'll be a ball up. Deep inside the South Belgrave forward 50. So the umpire's better. He's waiting. So Garner and Lovell going at it. They've been doing it all day. And Lachlan gets the ball. Good handball. And eventually it's going to be a ball up.
So a chance here for South Belgrave to really make it tough for the Tigers. I really feel like it's a goal early really would probably just put
It's probably, a bridge
them
too
out of,
far.
yeah.
That's right.
So it should be the confidence, and it is such a momentum game. The Tigers have it at the moment as the clearance here going forward over the top of the head into space. Here's a chance now for Baglava, gets onto it, he's tackled right away, brought to the ground by Silva, holding the ball. Ryan Silva take a bow. Fantastic off the half-back line today. He's kicked towards Garner on the wing and punched over the line for a boundary throw-in. And that is just a really, really strong defensive play there. Being able to take down the bigger opponent. Ball brought back into play. 5.5 minutes gone in this final term. There's a South Belgrave 15-point lead, but the Tigers are coming. They've kicked the last couple. And here's the chance again through Cherry towards Smythe. Just couldn't quite grab it. They're still in a dangerous spot. He might be able to pick it up here if he does. Couple Tigers collide with each other. Handball out from South Belgrave. Falls into hands of Hallow. Off to Smythe. On board just to the left. And a minor score there. 7-9-51. South Belgrave 8-17-65. 6 minutes gone in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, and another goal gone begging.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Ryan kicks the ball. And, oh, geez. Yep, it was there. It was there.
Yeah.
Stupid. So, try look inboard. Halo handballs the ball to Smythe. Good tap there. Now Mitcham look to field here. Great intercept there to the Brown direction, but eventually that was then there by Hards, who gets smothered. And it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw in.
Intensity from both sides, Ray. I've really enjoyed it in the second half.
Yeah, it is. It's a good game of football after half time.
So now South Belgrave again looking to get it in there. And it's going to go through out of bounds. 7 and a bit minutes gone into this final quarter down there at Walker Park. Let's go boundary side with Brett Preston, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Yeah, Braden Ryan's just come off. A little bit hard to tell what it is. It's either an impact injury, he might have twinned something, but he's looking a bit sorry for himself, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Cheers, Besto, for that. Thanks to Tobin Brothers, our boundary riders for the day. Do an amazing job. Garner and Lovell. Garner as Mitch gets tackled and holding the ball. So Lachlan now kicks deep inside to Baglava, and a great mark taken there. South Belgrave are looking, they're trying to pounce, and that was prudent. Prudent marks the ball, looking for the handball, doesn't want to do it. A little pressure, and that is down on the fall. I don't think he just had that right or left foot. I don't know which one it was, but I don't think he had it. So big strong kick for the Tigers. They're trying to make something cherry, and it's going to go home the ball.
Ooh, what opportunity did he have? Absolutely none.
Yeah, he was
should have
tackled
been a
right
ball
away.
up or play on. He
But-
had no opportunity to get rid
So
of it.
Windsor,
Right. But a great tackle though, because
it
that's
was a great
certain,
tackle, but
certain goal.
You've got to have prior opportunity.
Lachlan on the boot. Oh, no. So it's free throw behind. And that moves the score to Mitcham 7-10, 52 to South Belgrave 8-17, 65. We have now gone just about 9 minutes into the last quarter.
Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Mitcham are leading the inside 50s in this quarter, 7-0. They are coming.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're putting the pressure on this back six of South Belgrave. They've stood up really strong though. Thought that's been part of the reason why they're still 13 points up. South Belgrave done a fantastic job back there as they look to try and get something going here, but we'll get another ball up. As we said, a 13-point lead with 9.5 minutes gone.
They do like to win the close ones too, South Belgrave. For the last couple of weeks, they've won by margins of under 10 points.
Absolutely.
So,
It's a good point. And the Tigers are coming. So the ball brought back into play. Who can grab it first? South Belgrave do the quick handball. Might be cut off here by Lovell, but well done there by Pruden, who gets the ball going forward. Mark not quite taken, but doing very well there was Richards West. Kept it going forward. And we'll get now a ball up on the wing here on the broadcast side. Thanks for joining us, whether that's listening in on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or watching on Facebook or YouTube. We do remember that if you have just joined us, it was a 4-goal 10 first quarter from South Belgrave. That really could have probably should have been maybe 6 or 7 goals up, and may not have been a contest, but certainly is now 13 points. As the Tigers here through Baglava gets a hit out. Chance here, they're well pressured by South Belgrave. They'll get the ball going forward. Now here's a chance. Grabbing it there. A chance, shot on goal. He loves it. Christopher Degas, a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender, stretches this margin back out to 19 points and makes it tough for the Tigers.
It makes it tough for the Tigers, Ben. That wasn't a pretty goal. They just forced the ball forward into their forward 50 and a snapshot.
that could seal the deal as well, I reckon.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very hard now for Mitcham to win this game. But you've got to fight on. You've got to fight on.
So, it's, we're going to throw it back in to the centre. We're going to go boundary side with Brett Preston.
Really quickly, Braden Ryan is back on for South Belgrave.
Yep. So anyway, Halo trying to get creative. That's a high tackle. Yep, it is. So if they've got to move the footy, Mitcham. If they want to keep in this contest. Oh, he's hobbling. He's not looking good. It looks like a cramp or an ankle there. Let's go to Paul in the Stud Centre.
I just wanted to say, as far as the inside 50 count, it's been a story today for Mitcham. They were peppering in this last quarter, and South Belgrave with the one inside 50 for that goal, and that happened in the second quarter a couple times as well. So, but it's not over yet. But they need to start getting it back in and getting 1 or 2 goals or.
And if you, just here, it looks like someone's coming off on
Richard West.
Richard West is hobbling here for South Belgrave. So it's been such a tough contest, Blake, between the two sides.
It has, and you don't want more injuries to the team as well. So Lachlan handballs the ball inside, but it's just been the South Belgrave pressure, we know, and it's going to be
play on.
And it's
there we go.
It's all happening down here. So it's going to be a throw up. Let's go boundary side with Brett Beston.
Yeah, you guys saw it, but Richards West has come off. I was just watching as he was heading down to the bench and he's hobbling really badly. Looks like an ankle injury, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. So Kidd gets clearance, but eventually it will be a throw in. Yeah. Brian again. Yeah, Brian's hobbling again, Besto.
Yeah, that's a concern. I'd be be resting him now. He's come off quite a bit as the ball brought back into play. Well, the Tigers got left. South Belgrave have been very brave. 9-17-71, they lead Mitcham 7-10-52. 13 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ball up here on the centre wing. Punched forward there by the Tigers, but it's turned over. And now through Peters, South Belgrave can go forward. And a boundary throw in. There's still more going on here off ball. That time between
their blokes going down left.
Lachlan and Pruden.
That's a cramp.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Here we go.
There's going to be some sore bodies after this game. It's been a very physical second half.
He's struggling.
He's hobbling, and he's had a fantastic afternoon, I thought. Boundary throw in, Baglava. Got his hands to the ball first. Got it going in their direction.
Tackle count in this game has been 35-34 in favour of Mitcham.
It's coming off now, Lachlan.
So it's been the walking wounded out there. As a ball up will result in another ball up. 14 minutes gone, and South Belgrave will be happy with this as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Guy Lachlan just sounds like he's cramping up. That's how he's acting anyway.
So here Mitcham go. They go inside forward 50. Out the back there, Mark not taken. And over the line, Dominic Howe had a chance to take a mark there, and it was well contested. So there's still a glimmer of hope for the Tigers, but South Belgrave had all the answers when they certainly came at them hard, especially in that third quarter. They'll get a ball up inside the forward 50 half for Mitcham. Trail by 19 points. This Division 1 top of the table clash. Here's a chance for Lovell. Gets past one. Gets his kick on the ball just in time. Then a snap on goal from the Tigers is just a minor score. So back to an even 3-goal margin. 7-11-53 to South Belgrave. 9-17-71. 15 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So South Belgrave now. Let's go bench side with Jared Beelan.
Just quickly confirm that it was cramp for Lachlan, but also that Jackson Glossop will be out for the rest of the game.
Another injury blow for the Tigers. They don't need that with all the outs that they have now. So the umpire throw it up. Eventually now that was hard to kick the ball, and it's going to be a throw up here. A lot of sore bodies, as Ryan, you mentioned before. Spark Larry just smashed out of the way. And eventually now South Belgrave look to regain the numbers, and it'll go out of bounds there. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. If you're watching on the streams of Facebook and YouTube on the Eastern Football Netball League socials or 98.1 Radio Eastern, hope you're enjoying this game. Umpire throws the ball in, and again it's going to be a ball up. Just a lot of scrap footy going on at the moment, a lot of stoppages and all that. I don't know if there's sore bodies, but it sounds like it. So the umpire throws the ball up. Lovell gets it out, snap around the corner, big mark. That's a mark, and goal. That's a goal. That's a goal to the big fella in Cowman, sorry.
Bailey Cowman.
The tattoos are definitely a lot going on down here at Tigerland. So
2-goal margin, Ray.
Well, it's not over till it's over, is it?
They just keep continuing.
You know, if you analyse what's been happening today, and someone watching this and not looking at the scores would think that, South Belgrave have controlled the game and been in front all day, but, they could have it snatched out of their hands.
Well, 17 minutes gone in this last quarter, so still plenty of time. Just the 2-goal margin now, 12 points.
Next goal's crucial. Next goal's crucial for both sides.
So here we go, tap forward here for the Tigers. They get the ball moving and brought into a tackle there. We'll get a ball up.
One thing I've noticed this quarter, Mitcham are winning the clearances, and South Belgrave have got big Mitchell Garner standing in the goal square.
So South Belgrave get it going forward. Mark not taken. Out the back there, Nicholas got it going forward. But right back that way from South Belgrave to Brown. Now their chance. They've got an open goal here. Here's a chance for Degas. He kicked the last one for South Belgrave. Just misses to the right, but it's a handy point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does it go boundary side to Joe Beanland?
That was a miss, but it was an excellent passage of play, and it all started with the man of the day, Ryan Silver, just throwing his boot at it as it was coming hurtling at him.
As we go to Sat Centre with Paul Uconi.
Only their second inside 50 of the quarter, South Belgrave. The inside 50s are 10-2 in favour of Mitcham.
It shows you the pressure that they've been under.
So Pruden kicks it to Garner. It's just been everywhere. That was Damien Garner.
Yep.
You might get mucked up on the screen with Mitch, but that was actually Damien. So
this could be the game right here.
Yeah,
I think it is.
I said it. I said the next goal is crucial for both sides. So anyway, now Damien Garner to seal the game for South Belgrave to remain undefeated in 2023. Unbelievable rise by South Belgrave to win the premiership in Division 2. Garner, he's missed it. 3-3 behind.
Yeah, you give him a rap and he misses.
Oh, I jinxed him.
Well, keeps the Tigers.
Yeah, that's what they've been. That's what
Keeps the door. The door is open still.
I think what you said as well, kicking 4 goals, 10 in the opening quarter, this letting Mitcham stay in the game. So
they look to exit their back half. South Belgrave, if they lock it in here, there might be a chance to hold on as they go inside 50. They might be able to get a mark out the back. Ball's not kind, the bounce. Now a chance, though. They throw it on the boot towards goal, towards a hot spot. Standing under it. Mark not taken by Mitcham and brought into a tackle, but they're back inside forward 50, which is exactly where they want South Belgrave to be. 9:19:73 lead Mitcham, 8:11:59, coming up to the 20-minute mark of this last quarter. Has this game got one last twist? There's the ball brought back into play. A chance now for the Saints through Ryan, and a free kick out of bounds on the full. So the Tigers will take possession of the ball. But they're going to have to move quickly. They still need 3 goals now that South Belgrave have been able to kick the last couple of points.
He's got to move it.
Well, they've got to move quickly. You're right, Paul. Can't be long left. Bit of an odd kick. Fell into the hands of Carney, but couldn't quite take the mark. Pushed it going forward, but the umpire says no thank you, and he'll have a ball up here just outside South Belgrave's forward 50. They lead by 14 points. Been an interesting contest all afternoon. This second half has been a lot more exciting as the ball up here. South Belgrave did well, get the handball going forward. Now to Brown, the dangerous Brown. He'll put it onto the right, boot towards goal for the sealer for South Belgrave. They will remain undefeated in season 2023. It'll be win number 6 as they take their margin out to 20 points here with 21 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He's just a very classy player. You need the big-time goals. Look no different with Sam Brown as the big crowd there by the South Belgrave faithful there. So
this is a huge win for South Belgrave, considering the outs they had before the game. To come here and to stay undefeated, this is a really big win for them.
Margin now to 20 points, and we're just coming in now to the time on stages as Garner gets the hit out. He's been solid all day. Mitcham get the clearance. Lovell again to Bagslov. Couldn't get there, but again South Belgrave just got all the numbers clear. They kick the ball, and that's going to go out on the full. To settle down here, up in high in the air. Who's going to fly? Great mark taken there. Silver. Geez, he's just been solid all day with that grin as well. Silver, long kick. And again, another great mark taken there by Richards West, who's been everywhere today. He's been a solid contributor today. To Garner again, geez. All the stars of South Belgrave pretty much in the last passage there. That was Damien Garner.
Damien, yes.
Damien kicks it long.
Oh!
Couldn't mark there. It looks like it's going to go, but again, South Belgrave just looking so damaging in this game, and it's going to go out of bounds. So it's 23 minutes gone into the last quarter. I hope you're enjoying the stream and listening on your radio on your way home, hopefully from the footy, coming home. So we've had a good game down here at Walker Park.
Be a good time to jump around the grounds with some scores. Donvale, a very big win over Sylvan today. They're home there. Bayswater, this is a massive win. 19-7, 121, defeating Croydon 9-10-64. That is a huge result there.
Blues are in trouble.
Beaconsfield in front by Wantirna South by 8 points there. Vermont 118 to South Croydon 65. And believe it or not, Norwood 8-6-54 lead Noble Park 7-11-53.
Where's Besto?
Where's the Oracle? The Oracle tipped him. As we go boundary side, Joe Ben.
I was going to mention the Oracle there. We've got some other scores around the ground. Knox 56 to East Burwood 122, and that's the final score. And Oakley Districts have beaten Whitehorse 115 to 101, their first win away from home.
High scoring game too as we go, Paul Uconi.
They've stepped up in it. They've turned. I'll get back in a moment.
That's all right, Paul, as we continue to jump in the scores by... There's a bit of a lull in play. Doncaster East, 14-16, 100. Lead Berwick, 7-6-48. East Ringwood, a 10-point lead over Roeville there, 6-7, 43 to 5-3, 33. We'll keep an eye on that game. Jumping into some of the other divisions, we'll jump into Division 2, and a big result there for East Burwood, as we said before. And Waverley Blues are back in front, 56 to 54 over Heathmont, as we go to Paul Uconi in the stats now.
South Belgrave's pressure in the last quarter has been brilliant. 14 tackles to 7. So when Mitcham have come at them, they've stepped up when they've needed to.
Absolutely. As South Belgrave have a chance to go back inside 50, and they've shut this game down very nicely. 20-point lead out the back here.
Free kick.
A free kick going the Tigers' way towards Riley Nicholas.
Free kick.
And he's a short kick to a teammate there.
Paul?
Free kick count 24 to 16 in favour of Mitcham.
Anyway, that's gone. Yep. Now umpire to the left of me, Lee, one of the best umpires. He's never out there though, but he's a good umpire in the box here. As Pruden. Long, straight looking kick. And a great mark taken there by May. He's been solid for Mitcham. Kicked 2 goals today. Mitcham are out here if they can try and get this going forward, and they have. A short kick to Glover. Strong kick to Halo, who marks. Halo, short kick, and it should be marked, and it's not taken there. Smythe dropped that. So...
Just around the grounds again. Mulgrave in front in this last quarter, 13-7-85 to Ringwood 10-14-74. Still waiting for an update at Templestowe. They led by 1 point at three-quarter time. So we'll find out shortly how they're going there. As the ball be brought back to play here. 26 minutes gone in this final term out at Walker Park. As we've mentioned, South Belgrave had a 20-point lead. There's going to be a few sore bodies after today. There's been quite a few players coming off, hobbling off. And Jesse Smythe's one of them now, who's looks to be in a bit of pain coming off the bench. As the ball brought back into play, punched by Garner, and clearance here by Nuku. Down the line, it's 3-on-2 there from the Tigers. We're able to get it across the line. As we go around the grounds again, the Basin home against Upper Ferntree Galley, 101-62. Down in Division 4, Scoresby very big win over Nuttawading, 153-35. Surrey Park, 180 to Croydon North Emlock, 26. And Kilsyth, 101-55 over Churnside Park there. So a few expected results as this game winds up. 27 minutes gone. Ray, it's been a massive effort by South Belgrave. They'll be 6-0 coming up in the division after their premiership last year.
Look, they started the game off, although they kicked 4 goals, 10 in the first quarter, they've won it every quarter practically. And but all credit goes to Mitcham, because after half-time, they've played like the way that we expected them to when we arrived here at the start of the day.
Yeah, you're right. It really was just that first quarter where they just couldn't get their hands on it in the middle of the ground, and we're really under a lot of pressure down back. But other than that, it's been a pretty entertaining contest between two good sides who we think will feature come September this year. Tap out there by Garner and a kick inside 50 for the South Belgrave side to Windsor, who's had a fantastic afternoon. He'll get it back here and go wide towards Garner, the other Garner there. Damien Garner, who's kicked 4. Brother Taylor probably on the sideline somewhere here, down at the bench, I would say. And then Mitch Garner also on the ground, who's been a fantastic warhorse in the middle, in the ruck. You can see the value of having all three when you can get them. 2 have been fantastic. A long kick towards the goal square, punched over the line for a minor score. South Belgrave 10-20-80 lead Mitcham 8-11-59.
So closing in to the final minutes, you would say, and Mitcham kick it long inboard to the Garner, but apparently just couldn't get there eventually, and they've just got all the numbers here, the Tigers at the moment. Halo can kick the ball down deep forward, but again, it's just been all South Belgrave in that back line thanks to Silva. He's just been solid all day. Handball's there, Pruden to Windsor. Windsor back to Peters. Peters gets smothered, kicks it off to Wind. Wind gets knocked, and a great mark taken there by Trigart. Yep, they just found a way, South Belgrave. They just find a way to win, even with what's going on with them at the moment, with the injury crisis that they've got with Taylor Garner and Tim Smith out. They find a way. As Trigart goes back, and it's going to go through for a behind. So through for a behind there, that moves the score to South Belgrave 10-21-81 to Mitcham 8-11-59.
Can't be long left now. 30 minutes gone in this last quarter. Big fly there by Lovell. Ball hits the ground. Cowan hand passes off to Cherry into the middle of the ground. They've got a few South Belgrave players swarming to cut that off, and they do, and go inside 50. Does Morrison, punched away though from the Tigers, sends it back out to Windsor. Handball forward. He's been very impressive. And there's your siren. South Belgrave remain undefeated in Division 1 in season 2023. 10 goals, 21-81, defeat Mitcham, 8-11-59. Fantastic contest in the second half. The intensity really rose, as we said, and a great effort by South Belgrave. They've come into this division, Ray, with, I think we all knew that they were going to be a finals-type side, but they've proven that they're probably the benchmark of this division.
Yeah, they proved it today with all those players missing as well, that, you know, they can match it with any other side in the competition. But if you have a look at the game, they were 26 points ahead at quarter time, and they win by 21 points. So, you know, that's the story of the day. If Mitcham, you know, could have held them in that first quarter, we may have seen a different result, because, look, all credit goes to Mitcham after half-time. At half-time, we thought, you know, the game was basically over.
Yeah.
But they got back into the game, and they showed a bit of endeavour, and it missed some easy shots, and it probably cost them the game in the end anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was a great contest, and look, there's a lot to look forward to for both sides. And Mitcham as well have had a lot of outs as well, and Jesse Wren getting pulled out just before the start of the game is another big one, who I thought if he had played would have certainly helped him out in that first quarter when they were under a lot of pressure. The boundary riders down at ground level might be able to get one interview before we go off air here, but I'll continue looking through the results around the grounds. But at the moment, Brett Beston's down there with a play, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the stars of the day. He ran all day. It was absolutely magnificent. It was Ryan Silver. Ryan, great win today.
Yeah, it was good. We knew it was going to be a hard task going out to Mitcham, so they got a couple of keys out, and we've got a lot of keys out as well, so both teams aren't done, but
on top early, and then they came back at you, but you just came back. You just kept coming in. I mean, everyone else stepped up.
yeah. This is their time to announce themselves. then, having Dimmer back or Damon Garner helps, and I have no forward. All around it, just worked out today, so perfect.
You've come out from a
Yeah, I didn't. I'm not going to say I expected would give it a good nudge, but yeah, it's going 6-0. I didn't think that, but we'll take it though.
stuff. Well, great game today. Go and get yourself a shower and well played.
Thanks there, Brett Beston. We didn't quite get all of it. It was a bit interrupted there through the frequency, but a fantastic effort from Ryan Silver. I thought he was fantastic this afternoon. Couple of big results that have just come in. Heathmont just getting across the line, beat Waverley Blues, hit the front with a set shot about a minute before the final siren. So Heathmont, a big win there, and they've really started to prove that they're a contender this year in Division 2. And Baronia just get over the line. They stole a win there, and I don't have the final score in that game, but Baronia home, so they remain undefeated as we see the South Belgrave boys come off the ground after a fantastic win for the club. A 22-point win over the Tigers at Walker Park, and they're going to be a hard side to beat this year. A fantastic job for the South Belgrave side. I'll keep trying to go through the results as we can. A couple more close ones. The Ringwood-Mulgrave one interests me. Mulgrave 13-7-85 to Ringwood 10-14-74. Looking for confirmation on that game. But Heathmont, as we said, 9-6-60 to Waverley Blues, 8-8-56. So a goal right there on the siren was able to get the job done. And Baronia 11-12-78 defeated Templestowe 11-6-72. So a couple of good signs there for Templestowe that they were able to match it with Baronia, and then for Baronia that they continue to get the job done.
Yeah, they certainly do, you know, and it looked, Templestowe would take a lot out of that loss, you know, because they've matched it with one of the best in the competition. So, anyway, it's anyone's game in any division at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and we might be able to get the song here from South Belgrave. Or not. That's okay, we won't go down there. But a couple other big results. The Basin, despite Upper Ferntree coming late, they lead by 28 points. That's all over there. Division 3, if we can get some updates. As we mentioned earlier, Oakley District getting across the line against Whitehorse. It's been a really tough division to pick in that one. We need an update there from Coldstream. They currently lead by 19 points the last time we saw against Fair Park. Ferntree Gully, very comfortable winners over Warrandyte by 52 points. Donvale over Sylvan there by 61 points there. Testing my math on that one. And then in Premier Division, we'll look to try and get an update out at Seabeck Oval. It is Roval trailing by East Ringwood by 10 points last time we heard there. Blackburn, a big win over Park Orchards. Baldwin defeated Doncaster. Vermont defeated South Croydon. And an update we'll try and get in this last 10 minutes is out at Pat Wright Senior Oval, where Norwood led by a point. And then obviously Doncaster East got across the line against Berwick. Before we get to those, I'll try and chase them down, but let's talk about some votes. For me, looking at the list, I've got a few names here. I've got Jesse Cherry for one vote. I thought he was fantastic early on and really set the tone and kept Mitcham in it early. I thought he was a really strong player for them, and apologies to Tom Lovell that I couldn't fit him in because I thought he was just as strong, especially with his marking here on the wing that proved a bit of a problem for South Belgrave. For 2 votes, I'll give it to Damien Garner. Kicked the 4 goals up forward and was very lively. He was really strong up there and giving them that option without Smith and his brother Taylor up there. And then for 3 votes, I am going to give it to Ryan Silver. I just thought the amount of intercept marking he was able to do and really just caused a headache for Mitcham. I don't know how many times he was able to intercept the ball, and also his pressure, a couple of big tackles, was really important. So they're my 3 votes.
Well, mine are very similar. I gave 1 to Jesse Cherry as well. 2 I gave to Ryan Silver, but to me the best man on the ground over 4 quarters was Charlie Peters. I thought he was magnificent. He copped a lot of bullocking and hard work from the opposition, but he won a lot of the ball as well.
Paul Uconi?
Yep. I reckon. I'm just.
No, that's all right. We'll come back to you. Blake Tennant, your votes?
Yeah. I think we'll just go. I'll go 1 vote. Jesse Cherry competed really hard all day. I also thought, Ryan Silver, but I think you got to give the 3 votes there, Damien Garner with 4 goals. It was just really their vocal point without Tim Smith and without Taylor Garner. So that's my votes.
Before we get to Brett and Jared here for their votes, Noel Park did lose by a point to Norwood, so that's a big upset there
The
from
Oracle.
Norwood. The Oracle, we've got to get in contact with him. I don't know who is doing that, but he knew something we didn't in Jackson Sketch's 100th game there. Jared and Brett, I don't know who's got the mic. Brett's got the mic there.
I don't want to talk anymore.
Well, I should have made you do your votes before I read out that score, but who have you got?
Unbelievable. I'm really flat now. I had a vote to Mitch Garner. No one else gave me a vote, but I thought he was particularly good, especially in the first quarter. He was really, really dominant. 2 votes I gave to, of course, Damien Garner, and I went with Ryan Silver with my 3 as well.
And Jared Beanland, your votes for the Best on Ground Award, Sports Go Eastland?
Yep, that's the one. Casting my eye down the list, I'd have to give Jess Cherry the 1 vote. I was really impressed with Sean Bartels in the middle for South Belgrave. Definitely early on, he provided a lot of speed and a lot of outside run. It was really good, and I can't go past Ryan Silver there with the 3 votes. He was just excellent down back, taking a lot of intercept marks.
I don't know if anyone was doing a tally of that. Who'd that land on? Paul Uconi?
I'm going to go 1 vote to Mitch Garner for South Belgrave, 2 votes to Damien Garner, but I reckon the 3 votes go to Ryan Silver.
There we go. So
Silver.
I think Ryan Silver, the Sports Go
Yeah.
Eastland best on ground performer today. I'm still chasing up that East Ringwood Roeville score. That was the halftime score there that East Ringwood led by 10 points. Hopefully we'll be able to find that in the last 7 minutes on air. The other big result, or the other award to give out is the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. My nomination was the Josh May one, as Ray points that out.
The leg break.
Yeah, the way that bent, that was incredible. That's for me the goal of the day. I don't know if anyone has any other.
Totally. Yep.
I agree as well, but shout out to Sean Bartels. He had a really good one in the first quarter from memory.
Yes, that was. I do remember that one as well. So Josh May wins the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. Our final thoughts here as we get to the last sort of 7 minutes. Boys on the boundary, Brett and Jared, how did you see the contest this afternoon? Because it was certainly a pretty even game after quarter time, I thought.
Yeah, it was lots of fun. I thought, the intensity and the pressure down at ground level was palpable, especially with the crowd. South Belgrave seemed to be a team that travels well, so the crowd down there were really getting into it. I enjoyed the atmosphere for sure, and it really reflected what was going on the field with the amount of pressure. I thought Mitcham would break even there during the second half, and they did just that, but just not quite enough to get across the line. Brett, for your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought things were going to get a bit ugly. I think it was the second quarter when all the biffos started to happen, and the supporters down on the ground. There was a bit of an ugly altercation between, I think it was some of the Mitcham guys and the South Belgrave. It looked a little bit, but fortunately,
in the crowd.
Well, I think it was some of the crowd, and there was a few of the players too having a bit of a go. So, look, it all blew over, thank goodness. But I just always felt that South Belgrave were just ahead all day. Mitcham came at them, but you just felt that they were always like a goal or two in front. And I just felt that South Belgrave had it on their terms for most of the day, and so it turned out. And they got the win, so 6 from 6. And they can. I mean, credit to them with those players they had out. That's a fantastic victory. It really is, and very character building.
Yeah, it's a big out, and we haven't really talked about Caden Black, who's not in the side as well, which is a very important player for them. And I certainly, look, if you can get Jesse Wren back in the side for Mitcham's sake, and I know Barton Smith, I don't think he's coming back in the next couple of weeks at all. He would be a very handy player to have there. And then obviously they maybe just need that, that other key forward. And obviously if Parenti's available come September and they're there, it's a different looking Mitcham
he was
side.
here today, don't you?
Was he?
He was down on the ground.
Oh, he was?
Just on the sideline. I actually said to Jared, I said, do you reckon they could whack a jersey and just slip him on that?
I wonder if he's out injured or something, if he's not playing VFL and they're not playing here. I wonder if that's the...
Well, maybe the VFL's tomorrow, is it? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm not
but he was definitely
sure.
here because we saw him. Yeah, we saw him on the boundary. So.
Well, there you go. I just didn't pick up on that one. And Blake, calling a Division 1 game today, a big effort from South Belgrave, and your final thoughts?
Yeah, look, they're just an incredible side. To come like they did was just incredible, and I was really proud of how South Belgrave took control of the business, and they really put it away in the first quarter. So well done, South Belgrave. They go 6-0. I don't think many people would have thought about that coming into the season. So, yeah, and just a quick one. Northern Bullens did play today, so
he didn't. Yeah, he's not playing VFL this week.
So we don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, not sure what's happened there. Still waiting on that Roeville score. It still is the last quarter.
Is that Noble Park result a final definite?
That is. I checked their socials.
You sure there's not going to
them, unless there's a fifth quarter or something? I think you've lost here, Brett. So that's a big win there for Norwood. A fantastic result for them. A couple of wins on the trot. The Bayswater ones, I thought they would win, but to win by that margin, 57 points over Croydon, that's 1-5 for the Blues. Their season looks toast at the moment. Beaconsfield over Wanturna South by 8 points. I think that's final. I'll try and get a late score there. Montrose big winners over North Ringwood, 104-34. So that's that's enough of that. As we jump into Division 2, we'll see if we can get a late update at Ringwood Mulgrave. That is final score. So Mulgrave 13-7-85 defeat Ringwood 10-14-74. Jared Beanland's Super Boost Roughie of the Week gets up. Mine certainly didn't. Lilydale has kicked about 2 goals to Marulbuck's 18 goals. So I wasn't even close there. And then Division 3, still just waiting on that Fair Park result, but otherwise Oakley District, Ferntree Gully and Donvale winners there.
I think we've also got to say a quick shout out as well. It is Mother's Day tomorrow.
Yes, great point.
Have we all got plans for tomorrow, everyone? I know you got the podcast on tomorrow, of course.
Oh, well, yes, I'll be checking in on my mother after.
Yep. I'm going out for lunch with Mum, so...
Yep.
Yes, that's Ray.
I'm off to my daughter's house tomorrow.
Excellent. And
I'm going to be seeing Collingwood v GWS with Mum, so
that's good.
Hopefully we get a win there for Mum there.
Not sure at this stage. I might take my wife out for lunch. I think we haven't got any concrete plans, but we'll work something out.
Excellent. Lee, can we get your thoughts? If we get him in the mic, or what Mother's Day tomorrow?
I'd just basically like to say big shout out to Katie, my wife, who ran out for her first time as a boundary rider.
She did a great job too, I heard it.
Yes. Yeah, so it was fantastic. So, yeah.
I've actually, Mother's Day is, of course, tomorrow. I'm having breakfast at my place, and then, my birthday is actually on Monday. So I'm actually going to have a couple birthday drinks with my mum and my family. So, so.
That's good. That's fantastic. So happy Mother's Day tomorrow to all the mums out there. We also do mention that it is BCNA round this weekend. So if you do want to get involved, there's still time to donate. You can head to our socials to find out more information about how you can get involved there. Just on a bit of an AFL update. Freo knocked off the Swans. A couple of Swan supporters in here will be pretty unhappy with that. But we're about to close out here for a fantastic afternoon of football. South Belgrave 10-21-81. Defeated Mitcham 8-11-59 here at Walker Park. A big thanks to Lee Green, Megan Green, Kate Green out the women's game this morning, alongside John Oven, Jared Beanland today doing the both games. Brett Beston, Blake Tennant, Ray Baird and Paul Uconi. Thanks for everyone who's listened in, whether that's YouTube, Facebook or streaming live on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. That's it from us today. South Belgrave resume their unbeaten streak, 6 in a row here at the Eastland Match of the